makofi ya juu kabisa. Let us welcome him, welcome her, ili aweze kuendelea.
Amjambo. Good morning. Yeah, welcome to day 2 of this Indigenous and Food Culture Outlet Fair. This day we are going to have a lot of activities going on. Of course, the exhibition is already going on. We shall also have very interesting discussions. We have the women, our presentations around the issue of women, the role of women in agriculture. We shall then have the cooking competition so that it can remind us about our indigenous foods. We shall also have sessions on food as our medicine, and we shall be having a panel to tell us more about the link of food and our nutrition, and particularly this will be a panel even from nutritionists and the medical practitioners. And later in the day, we shall have a very interesting one from the Itara ceremony, which shall remind us about our indigenous and cultural practices that are linked to the issue of indigenous food. So I want to welcome you. We shall try as much as possible today to keep time, because we have a lot of things that are linked to happen throughout the day. And now we start with the first session, whereby we shall have a quick can remind ourselves what happened last day, that is yesterday, that was day 1, and then from there we shall move into the sessions of the day. So I want to welcome Jeff and Manei Naanyo. Manei is our head of programs at Pelham, Kenya. Jeff Kahuo is a senior program officer on capacity enhancement and networking, and they have been playing a very key role in the organizing committee. So karibuni sana, Jeff and Manei, so that they can facilitate in 15 minutes. We do a recap of yesterday. Makofi wanapokuja. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Rosina. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hatu hawajakunywa chai. Jeff,
Good morning, everyone. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. We would like to recap on what happened yesterday. I know you were many yesterday. I hope people are still coming so that we can be at least half the hall. But we can start, then they will join us. So as we start, we had several sessions yesterday, and the first one was on the keynote presentations, and it is good to recap on what we learned from those keynote presentations. And the first one was from the professor, who was talking about the role of pollinators in seed and food production. So what did we learn about pollinators? I remember there was an issue of food that are totally dependent on pollinators. Which were those foods, or which were those fruits? Watermelon, good. I can see there.
Can we have someone to distribute the mic?
That's a good idea. I've had watermelon. Any other? Pumpkin, yes, good students. And from yesterday we learned that we normally know just one type of bee, but there are very many different varieties of bees. How many were they? 3. And I think there was something also interesting I learned yesterday. I didn't know myself, that bats are also pollinators for the baobab. Did you learn that? And also coconut. The bats, or it was baobab and coconut. That was a new thing for me yesterday. Anything else you learned on that topic? Even butterflies. Yes, Dr. Maingi? Even mice. Yes. Thank you. So what were the threats to pollinators? Just 3 of them. application of the herbicides and pesticide. What else? Yes, Dr. Peris? Destruction of their habitat. Good. What else? Climate change. Huh? Prof? Sorry. Oh, environmental pollution. Yes, thank you. And there was also an issue of the invasive species. Yeah, thank you. So I think that topic, it seems it was the first and we were all keen. Thank you for that. There was also a topic on an overview of seed banking and production in Kenya, which was done by Dr. Nyamongo. What do you remember from that presentation, other than the Kisii song? I hope he entertained you. So I hope everybody knew what Gary does and the type of seed banks they have for the different species. What else? Yes, sir? It's completely lost. Oh. 2 liters. Okay. I don't know the mics. Can you hear people contributing, or there's need of the mics, eh? Please assist with the mics. So I think we want to hear the Zebu issue. You can be given the mic. Thank you, sir. That was what he got from that presentation. Anyone else from the same presentation from Dr. Nyamongo? Thank you, Rosina. On the issue of the informal seed sector and the formal seed sector, what did we learn? Nothing from that presentation. Informal seed sectors, what were the characteristics of, or the features of the informal seed sector? Though Anne said we should have now a new name, we should not be called informal. Anything else? So I'll talk about the informal seed sector, and it is farmer driven. It's also thrive in diversity and is not regulated. So those are the key issues of the informal seed sector, and the opposite is for the formal seed sector, where it's regulated. The next presentation was on talked about there was issue of seed certification and how it relates to farmer managed seed systems. So what did you learn about the seed certification system as well as the farmer managed seed system as one of the alternatives? The panel discussion that was here in the afternoon. Certification systems. Seems we need to repeat that lesson. Can give Rosina. Also good to note that it was highlighted that our constitution actually supports the use of indigenous knowledge and the seeds. I think it was quoted here by Dr. Ulu. So thank you so much. I would like to hand over to Jeff to take us into the next round.
Yes, I think thank you what did you learn yesterday about exhibition? Can we have, when you are walking around, what did you learn? Yeah. You want to tell me just walking, talking to people and not, did you learn anything from the products? Yes, tell us. That is a very good comment because you know, some of us, you are taking wine and you preach what? Water. So it is important that as well we tell people about organic farming, you also practice. It is important to, if you don't have a very big farm, you can do it in a very small way, even in urban. So somebody yesterday talked here about one of the panelists. We are all general farmers. Are we all farmers? Then he said, we are talking about which farmer? Which farmers? We are targeting who? So it is important that we know our target farmers. As we are dealing with small-scale farmers, but he was asking, we are all general farmers, but we are talking of which farmers. So it is very important. So what else did we learn? There are several members who are showcasing. Maybe somebody can tell us which member was showcasing. The names. It's also important to identify or be conversant who are showcasing this case. Including the exhibitors. You learned even from other partners. Yes? That's great. Which member organization is doing that? Or farmer? Thank you. I think it is also important that you also get corners because for future relations. What else? Somebody else? From that end. People are here in the middle are very, very active. But that end, yes. Great. So from Taraka Seed Savers, congratulations. think there is so much that, okay, one more. Okay, thank you. I can see we have students who have joined us. Welcome. Yeah, it's great. So I want to request members that take time, you can visit the exhibition. There is a lot that you can learn, and also ensure that you get contacts, because this is a forum that is providing a platform for information sharing. So thank you. I want to welcome Rosina. Rosina, now you can take over.
Can we applaud ourselves and the moderators? I hope we have been able to remind ourselves and also got a challenge, so that if you have not visited the guava tent, please visit. If you have not visited the one which is showing the peanut preservation, you can go there and learn, and also the one for Mwingi. And also let us continue to be keen and attentive to the presentation so that we can learn. And also we are encouraging all of us to network. Network, get one contact, true contact, so that you can continue the discussions, even beyond this. So now we want to move to the next session, where we shall be talking about the issues of women, or a panel, women of the seed harvest. That is a very important session, and allowed me to welcome Mama Sarah, Dr. Sarah Olembo. Dr. Olembo is currently chairing the Farmer Managed Seed System Cluster of the African Union. She has also worked previously with the African Union. She is a member of the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative at national, regional, and continental levels, and very, very passionate about the role of women and the issues of seeds that we are all talking about. So let's applaud Dr. Sarah as she comes on the podium. And please, for the IT, project the slides so that we can have the sessions. I hope we can, thank you, Dr. Maingi, for supporting her as she comes up. So this session is going to be very eye-opening, and we know that women in Kenya, Africa, the region, they are playing a very key role in nutrition and household security. From the statistics that are there, maybe I can quickly tell you the statistics. In Kenya, around 76% of the women are involved in agricultural production. In Burundi, 96%. Rwanda, 84%. Tanzania, 71%, Uganda, 77%. So these are very important sessions, so that we can all learn and package the role of women, what are the challenges, and how do we support them, so that we can be able to have an active role, a leading role, and also doing away with all these cultural barriers that have been a long time an hindrance to the issue of women in agriculture. So allow me to welcome Mama Sarah, who will share more about the women of seed harvest in our presentation on the role of women in household food security and nutrition. So in 15 minutes, we shall be able to finalize the presentation. So let's applaud her. Asanteni sana. We shall pick the questions after the two presentations, which after this presentation, just put your questions down. We shall do the next presentation, then we shall take all the questions at a go. Tupigie wakulima wa mama makofi. Si wametulea? Wamama wametulea na wanaendelea kutulea, wanaweka chakula nyumbani, wanaweka mbegu. So we really appreciate And also we don't forget the boy child. You have also given us a space, na tunafurahia kwamba the boy child wamesupport sisi wa mama sana. So Mama Sarah, please.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes, a lot of those accolades that are being given to me, I don't know where they come from. Rosina, you always like to tease me. I'm not up to that level. But the beauty of this morning, I want to ascribe it to God, who has made it possible for this particular program to be a success. Another thing that I want to thank God for is the beauty of seeing these young people that have walked in uniform. Are you school children? Are you? Because they look almost the same age. And then, secondly, the youth that are among us, because they are even more than we, the older generation. I want also to observe that it seems that we have got more ladies than men, which is also very important to us, especially we as mothers. The men that are in the crowd, I really appreciate you. So before I go to my presentation, I want to acknowledge the many people that have played a role in making this program a success. Just a minute, give me a second. Here we go. I was looking at my scriptures this morning to get myself inspired. And one of the scriptures that I looked at was found in the book of Judges. We shall look at it later when the time comes for it. Otherwise, I want to start by acknowledging the organizers of this meeting who have done a very, very tremendous job. It hasn't been very easy. Of course, I was part of the organizing committee, but I want to single out Perez, Rosina herself, Venta, and Anne Maina, then Jeff, who was also among us, and the teams that you came with to make this program to succeed. You realize that it's very, very timely, because we are in a very difficult dispensation because of what is going on right now, and we want to be formidable enough to say that what we are doing here is enough to feed our populations and also to feed the generations to come. This is the act that will prove that yes, we can do it. And I do not see anybody here who is malnourished, and it's because of the farmers and the work that you do. I want particularly to acknowledge seed savers in Gilgil and the women, particularly about 2 weeks ago. The show that they put out there, I wrote a clip and said that I don't want this to end. It was fantastic. It was so beautiful that you just wanted to go on. See the women dancing and they excited and displaying their show. It was wonderful to watch that and also to be part of it. Thank you very much, Seed Savers, because we know that that has not come easily. It has been a fight, and you continue to fight, and I'll cheer you on that keep the fight going. I want also to appreciate the venue, which is so good. Yes, we talked about it, but it is very, very convenient. Thirdly, I want to thank my mentors, particularly the African Union, who gave me space in which I was able to operate and to be able to contribute in the manner that has brought us to this event here. Initially, I did regulatory affairs in Cameroon for 10 years, and then I did food safety for 7 years in Ethiopia. Out of there, that is when I studied issues of organic agriculture that was recognized, and it became a heads of state decision that ecological agriculture was necessary during the hunger that struck the Horn of Africa in 2008. We had a big conference out of which many recommendations were made, out of which was this particular thing that we are doing here, ecological organic agriculture. And then out in that ecological agriculture again, I was able to push in the issues of seed, because you cannot produce without seed. And so that seed sector is very, very pertinent to me. And out of there, I became the chairman of the seed technical working group of seeds within that ecological organic agriculture program, in which I'm still a member of the steering committee. And pushing matters with support from partners, particularly the SSNC in Sweden and also SDC in Switzerland. They really held my hand up in the way that you know that the children of Israel you would hold Moses' hand up, because when he put it down, they will start dying and things happened. So when he was tired, they will hold it. Those two countries really held my hand up, and I was able to move on until it was recognized by our chairman, Dr. Simblis Nwala, who is also very pertinent about farm-managed seed systems, and he said I write a proposal to go in as a seed sector within the ecological organic agriculture program for the seed sector to be considered under the African Seed and Biotechnology Platform. And I must say that I also want to recognize BioVision, who have given a home to that particular farm-managed seed system, and it is ably led by Dr. David Amdavi, who might be here, but who also be presenting tomorrow on that particular farm-saved seed sector. I hope I've not left anyone out, but in starting my presentation, I want to observe the protocol. The Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Forestry, who also have been part of this, and also who have given us this enabling environment, and they did the opening yesterday. We really appreciate them very much. Also, the engineer and Dr. Uhulu within that ISFA. Again, there we can see the entry for our ecological organic agriculture program, and also these farm-managed seed systems, which we are talking about here. So, having recognized that, I want to now thank God that this is the Women's Day. And before I appreciate any other woman whom we are going to see when I start, I want Anne Maina, if she's in the room, to stand. I want Rosina to stand. Yeah. When matters of GMO were announced, I was shocked in the morning to see Anne Maina on the TV, talking fiercely like a lioness. That boldness, you don't find it anywhere. At her age, she looks like my youngest daughter. I was so impressed. I said, this girl is brave. You know, nobody else has dared that. Nobody else. Anne Maina, I want to recognize you. Rosina, I want to recognize you. And I was very pleased to see Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila by your sides on the 9 o'clock news when they were talking these issues of GMO. I was touched. I really was touched. And these are the women who will go in the records of this Africa that they fought with the sword. Can we clap for them? We are just hoping that their fight is going to lead us somewhere, and that we are going to get through with this matter, because we know we have what it takes to be able to feed ourselves. And thank you very, very much. And you lead the women of the seed harvest, is it, that we are talking about. So if I'm going to talk about any woman here, you are in the lead. I may not have put you in the presentation, but when I'm doing the final, you have to be uploaded in there. And Rosina. Yeah. Having said that, I want to go to my presentation, and let me read to you something that I captured this morning. The women of the Bible. Who knows who Deborah was? Sunday school. Yes, please. Deborah was a judge. Does anybody know who Jael was? Yeah? Jael. You don't know Jael? They say, and Jael said, "Strengthen in me today, Lord, my arm on account of you and your people, and those who hope in you." And Jael took the stake and put it on his temple. That was the temple of who? Sisera. Yes, Sisera, who was troubling the Israelites. Put it on the temple and struck it with a hammer. Hapa. Akagonga kama msumari. And while he was dying, Sisera said to Jael, "Behold, pain has taken hold of me, Jael, and I die like who? And I die like a woman." Is it only women who die? Is it only women who die? Well, may the Lord rest his soul in peace. Yeah, thank you very much. So we are going to look at the women of the seed, led by Anne Maina. In looking at is it possible to narrate a little bit so you all can be able to see what I'm talking about? How do we read that? Who is projecting? Who is projecting? Yeah. I don't know where he's starting. I may have to put on my computer. Where is he?
The IT, but in the meantime, we can help Mama Sarah to put up the laptop.
Yeah, let me just put on my laptop.
Yeah, but try to project it in a way that you can see the sites.
Yes,
Even
yes.
yesterday
Yeah.
there was that
It
challenge.
is spreading all over.
Yeah, so please, IT, we can work on that.
Yes, it does. Let's take out this box. So when you go back, try and read about Deborah and Jael. Maybe from now on, we shall be calling Anne Maina Deborah, and Rosina will become Jael, isn't it? Yes. It's in the book of Judges. It's spreading all over, so the one of 17 is the one I want. there is that comprising 43% of the global agricultural labor force, women play a crucial part in all levels of global food production. Women being left out of agricultural advancement not only prevents them from progressing in their careers and achieving their goals, but also affects their communities. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations observes that if women were to have the same access to resources as men, agricultural yields could increase by as much as 20 to 30%, with the potential to reduce food insecurity for an astounding, how many millions are those? Yeah, people globally. We can't even read that number. So I have looked at some information so that the words that I tell you are not just words from my mouth, but they are words and information that is well documented. As I looked at the information towards seed systems that bring benefits and empowerment for women, I looked at the document of the African sovereignty, valuing women and the seeds they keep, like in the case of Egypt. I looked at the International Women's Day of 2019, which recognized women in seed systems in Africa and honored the women of the seed. How many women have been honored in this country? Even our own Wangari Maathai had to be honored outside Africa. So let us insist that the women are doing a tremendous job and let's honor them. The farm managed seed systems and its attributes to women. We'll be looking at the definition of food security using the lens of the women of the seed, and then we make some conclusions. The first document was work that was done by this group of people. Oxfam, some Swedish people, Association and Days, and the donors were Sweden, and this national post code Lotarias. I don't know what that means, some Latin names. But they have done a tremendous job because they did a baseline study to answer the following research questions. How do people understand nutrition? Do communities suffer from hunger periods? And if yes, what is the nature, time, duration, and frequency of the hunger period? Who are the most affected by hunger period within the household? Those were the questions that their study tried to answer. Are you projecting? Yeah. They also looked at the sources of food and nutrition during both sufficiency and hunger periods at the household food level. They also looked at whether there were diverse diets and what are the food groups that are present and lacking in the local diets. What are the coping strategies to deal with the hunger periods at household food level? What is the non-utilized seeds in the food and nutrition security of the communities? How does this role change during periods of sufficiency, food availability, and hunger periods? And finally, what are the roles of women and men in safeguarding food and nutrition security at the household food level? Those questions will be answered, and you will single out that yes, indeed, a woman is the king in the home for household food security. The baseline surveys have been carried out by various partners in different countries, as you can, I don't know why it is not showing, Yeah, in very many different countries, as you saw, the partners who were doing it. Or should we use my computer to?
Maybe you can just project what was there, says you sort out. Just project the IT can project what was initially there as before they set up.
Yes, yes.
Or what they are setting up.
Yeah, so I'm on slide
follow.
number 7, Yeah. My focus is going to be on Zimbabwe because it's an African country, and also we'll be looking at Egypt. Where in Zimbabwe, the Community Technology Development, in collaboration with the National University of Zimbabwe, Farmers Association of Community study in Zimbabwe. Among those who did specify their coping strategies, responding to those questions that I read out to you during the hunger period, the most used strategies were to reduce the number of meals eaten in a day, to borrow food or beg. We have been told that we go out there with bowls begging, and that's why we must be forced, GMOs down our throats. So, that begging mentality. They had to beg or rely on help from friends or relatives, and to limit the portion sizes at meal times. Have you ever heard that? Receiving food aid and remittances from their family members. Some people went as far as withdrawing school children from schools. Is that happening here in Kenya now? There's no school fees, so children are staying at home. Look at the Maasais and how sometimes they have to sell their livestock to be able to feed themselves and maybe to send children to school. But with this drought, where are the animals? I saw in the internet, Musahada in Itishu again, to assist our Maasais because
Slide
their
7.
livestock are dying. Yeah, we are on yeah, because their livestock is dying. So ideally, we know where the problem is. Surviving on crops grown in home gardens, such as vegetables, sweet potatoes, cowpeas, peanuts, those that are classified as women's crops. Women's crops. And I remember in 1978, when I was just starting my work in the Ministry of Agriculture, when we used to start work, you'll be given money to go all over the country and see what is happening, so that by the time you come back to sit in the office to start work, you have an idea of what is going on so that you are targeted. And one of the places that I went, being that I'm so much interested in seeds, was Kitale. Kitale that time was a formidable research station. When I went there, the person that I had to meet was Fred Ngumo's father. He was a very big farmer there, a contact person, and you had to visit his farms and see what he was doing, and all those things. So my research had been on beans, and I asked him about beans. He abused me. He told me, am I a woman that you are asking about beans? If you wanted to know about beans, Fred Ngumo's father, he was just as arrogant as the son. So I humbled myself, and I took the information that he gave to me at that time. Women control most food crops, but when it comes to cash crops, men do the marketing and banking of the money. Women also have the responsibility to store seed, and especially in the kitchens and granaries. I know that my mother did that. When you look at these questions, what do they remind you of? Reducing the number of meals in a day, borrowing, begging, relying on help from friends, limiting portions and meals, receiving food aid, children are out of school, selling of animals. What does that remind you of? Children who are orphans, how do they survive? So, when we don't do what is right, and when we don't recognize the importance of our mothers, we will have to learn it the hard way. This is the way orphans also survive. Begging, being fed by friends, not going to school, roaming the streets, those who don't have mothers. I'm trying to emphasize the fact that mother is supreme. Let us clap for our mothers. All of us. All of us. There's nobody who is here who doesn't have a mother. Let us clap for our mothers. So this is survival strategies in situations where a mother is absent from the house. The presence of our mothers is very key for each one and our survival here. That was conclusions from the study that was made under that survey. We have seen the key that mothers and the role that they play. Even that, in difficult situations like COVID that we had just recently, we survived because our mothers had seeds in their pockets, in their houses, they planted, and we could not starve. There was lockdown, there were no markets, there was no traveling, but we ate because our mothers fed us. Mothers, thank you very, very much. Let's look at Egypt and how they close agricultural gender gap in Egypt. That is our case study again. ISBA, which we shall go get it is called International Center for Baseline Agriculture, is working with women through specific programs that address gender inequality in science and agriculture. In 2017, the organization held 3 workshops and specialized training courses specifically. Oh yeah, it is very bright. Yeah, I'm even sweating. I don't know why I'm not sweating. Yeah, they adjusted it for you. So Dr. Abdullah is a senior fellow at the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, which is a non-profit agricultural research center that focuses on salt-tolerant and resilient farming solutions. And for the last 15 years, they have been working to introduce resilient crops to water-scarce and environmentally stressed areas in Northern Africa and Asia Minor. The study was designed so that it can empower the whole rural family. He looked at where women were most involved in crop production and where lay opportunities for empowerment. The results are powerful proof of the importance of women in agricultural sector as presented here. He concluded thus: families are more likely to stay engaged in the program if the mother of the family embraces it. The New Valley chapter of the National Women's Council and the Desert Research Center have become partners in the effort as well and are utilizing their female leadership to bring local women's organizations into the work as well. So what he says is that when women are involved, the program is positively received, even in conservative areas, with support from the community, NGOs, and the government. Women, you are key. You are important. Please don't relent. Continue to fight. You are fighting a battle that is God's battle. In case, are we together? Yeah. In case study 3, where International Women's Day 2019 recognized the women in seed systems in Africa. These entrepreneurs are breaking social barriers while improving household nutrition and livelihoods. As you know, the main seed sector in Eastern and Southern Africa is male-dominated. And so we are asking, if we remove half of the population out of production and just focus and concentrate on maize, which is male-dominated, and we leave our women folk out, as you have seen with the first case study, where people become impoverished, children start begging, you won't go on the streets. Are we going to really to make a nation that is going to go forward? Women are very key and very important for us. Most seed companies operating in the region are owned and run by men. Access to land and financial capital can often be a constraint for women who are keen on investing in agriculture and agribusiness. However, there are women working in this sector, breaking social barriers, making a contribution to improving household nutrition, and let's share information on these women. Their background, what motivates them to start their businesses, what sets their companies apart from the competition, the innovative approaches they use to ensure smallholder farmers adopt improved seed varieties, the unique challenges they face as women in the seed sector, and the potential for growth of their companies and livelihoods by providing jobs and improved seed varieties. The first woman that we are going to look at, who is, it is CIMET, in fact, who did this and honored these women on the International Women's Day, which was held March 8, 2019. What are their stories and how do they motivate us? We look at the first woman. The first woman is called Sylvia Homans, who is, what happened? The first woman that we are going to look at is Sylvia.
Please project what
she's
is
a-
available.
Yeah, she's a warehouse supervisor and inspects seeds, which are called Camaro seeds. The photo does not show, but Sylvia started Camaro seeds in April 2004, together with her late husband, Desiree. The company derives its name from a stream in Mwininga in Zambia. Camaro means a stream that never dries, aptly describing the growth of the company that it has enjoyed over the years and enabling it to capture 15% of the country's seed market. Sylvia became the company's chief executive in 2016. The initial business was only to sell commercial products, but we realized there was a high demand for seed, so we decided to start our own seed business. We work with cooperatives which identify ideal farmers to participate in seed production. The company takes pride in the growth they have witnessed in their contract workers. Most farmers we started with have 20 to 40 hectares of land. Some are businessmen and have opened agro-dealer shops where they sell agricultural inputs. So Sylvia, she prides herself in her Camano company in improving the lives of women smallholders and involving women in decision-making structures. We empower a lot of women in agriculture through our outgrow scheme, says Sylvia. She makes a deliberate effort to recruit women farmers, ensuring they receive payment for their seeds. We pay the women who did the work and not their husbands. Yeah, take note of that. We look at this light. Give me some tissue. We look at Zubeda. Is there any tissues anywhere? The heat is too much, isn't it? Zubeda, Zubeda, I happen to know her because on one of my courses in IIT, when I went to do weed science, a short course in weed science, I met Zubeda, and a fantastic breeder. Together here, they are checking the quality of the seeds. Yeah. This thing you'll be given, will make sure that it is available to you all. Zubeda took to agriculture from a young age after high school. She obtained a bachelor's degree in agriculture, a master's in plant breeding and biometry from Cornell University, and doctorate in plant breeding at Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania, while working and raising her family at the same time. I wanted to be in research, she says, so I could breed materials which could be superior than what farmers were using because they were getting very low yields, says Zubeda. In 22 years she was at Ilonga, Zubeda was also able to release 15 varieties. So, Aminata Quality Seed is a family business that was registered in 2008, owned by Zubeda, her husband and their 4 daughters. Aminata entered the seed market as an outgrower, producing seed for local companies for 2 years. The company started its own seed production in 2010, and the following year it was marketing improved varieties. She says, I decided to start a company along the coast and impart my knowledge on improved technologies so farmers can get quality crops for increased incomes. Zubeda encourages more women to venture into the seed business. To do any business, you have to have guts. It is not the money, it's the interest. When you have the interest, you'll always look for ways on how to start your business. women are encouraged. Yeah. And the young girls. We have been wondering how to pass on this information, and we are so proud that this could happen so that you can take over from us. So Subeda, what has she contributed? Florence was the key in selling up the business, particularly through engagement with agro-dealers, while Grace's background is an extension was valuable. So Mugomera is a family owned by Grace Enterprise. 3 children are involved in the business, serving as directors. You can get them. But here, when you involve your family sometimes. Yes. Mugomera distinguishes itself from other seed companies because of its focus on maize varieties that have additional nutritive value. The company uses the tagline, creating seed demand from the table to the soil. It educates farmers not only on how to plant the seed they sell, but also how to prepare nutritious dishes with their harvest. The company stocks ZM623, a drought-tolerant, open pollinated variety, and Chiteze 2, a quality protein maize. In addition, they are looking forward to beginning quality protein maize hybrid production in the near future. So she observes that women entrepreneurs are late entrants. You need agility, flexibility, and experience to run businesses, and you are advised to venture into this male-dominated business. Women's roles are hampered by seed systems' poor outreach. For women to benefit in seed systems, seeds need to be within the reach of women. The seeds may then help women achieve empowerment, but only when women also have access to and control over their inputs and skills, resources, and decisions. I will skip this because we have re-emphasized it, but I will go over to, whoa. I want to go to, we are still not there. We want to look at what needs to be done on our part.
What is the slide number, Dr. Sarah?
Are they now okay?
I think they are not on the same slide.
But have they caught up?
Just mention the slide.
We want to look
number.
at number 18.
18.
Yeah,
Slide
but
18.
they look like they are corrupted. So we want to look at the guidance for devising gender-responsive seed systems. First, seed system designers need to tackle systemic causes of inequality. Along any technical requirements, seed system intervention should be specifically targeted objectives such as promoting women's access to resources, enhancing women's participation and voice in household and community decision-making, and developing gender-responsive policies. They must also consider power asymmetrics, community norms and practices, as well as customary and formal laws that shape gender relations and roles. The design will include many, about 6 or 7 chapters, points, how to design the systems. And then for future research and innovation, the potential of seed system to catalyze transformation change and bring about women's empowerment is under-researched. Interventions that systematically test the impact of gender-response seed systems on women's empowerment are very much needed. So if there are any researchers here, Dr. Ulu, you have work to do. You have work to do. And the recommendations for research then includes track gender seed access. Seed access. We have been working on this seed success index in our farm managed seed systems, and again, it is just the cereals. But the vegetable seeds and all those other ones, we need to devise a system on how to do that so that it is included in the farm-managed seed systems that we are doing. We need to understand gender impact of seed system policies, the gender dimension of seed system, and governance, because these are little known, but critical to ensure that formal policies use an appropriate gender lens, use integrated seed sector approaches, not just the maize, and the cereals, leaving out the vegetables that nourish us so well. And then research on the linkages between formal and farm-managed seed systems and the contributions of informal community-based systems to women's empowerment is very high priority here. I want to go to the challenges. In challenges, my partner is here. We shared this yesterday. The key challenges include these unfair seed laws and liability, particularly issues of UPOV 1991. This is listed. We'll hand over these materials to you to read. Other challenges include, this is UPOV, especially in East Africa, that is where it is having domination. We want also to look at the violation of international adopted statutes on ending hunger. We have the UN declaration, which you know what it says, and we have SDG 2, which Dr. Hulu nicely put yesterday. All these are being violated. We also have the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, which is very explicit on issues that need to be done for the small-scale farmers to be integrated into the system. And then the WTO trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, which we have already alluded to. All those laws are being violated, and so we are on the right track when we want to challenge these in the Kenyan seed law, which again has got issues that are not very friendly to farm-managed seed systems, but which is now coming up because of these FMSs that now we have put on the table. And Dr. David will be talking about that on Friday, tomorrow, and then you will know where we are with that. And now we are on this effect of lifting the ban on GMOs, where we have recognized our First Lady, Anne Maina. I'm not saying that you compete with Madam Ruto. Nobody should put me wrongly, but as far as we are concerned here in this thing, Anne Maina and Rosina, you are our First Ladies. So this spells due to Kenya as farmers, as we kiss goodbye to the seeds that farmers have saved, nurtured, managed, and inherited, and conserved over the years. This is because pollen grains, as we have been on, contamination and insects and all those, and the other crops that are likely to be compromised, including sorghum and wheat. But particularly, the local farmers will lose their indigenous seeds, which they have endeavored to save and which they know and trust over the centuries. These seeds keep on producing healthy and productive crops, unlike the GMOs, whose production wanes from time to time. Secondly, the African farmers whose farms are contaminated with GMOs may be prosecuted for violation of the law and asked to pay fines. We want to see how this one now comes in, the farm-managed systems of the African Union, which is a decision of the heads of state. For me, this is an opportunity for us and also for our small-scale farmers, because it's very, very friendly to the African woman farmer. And so what I'm concluding is that FMS is a sector which has rationale to empower women, and it also recognizes farmers' core rights to produce, save, share, exchange, and sell to enhance seed and food sovereignty. Women play a very crucial role, and hence the focus of FMS to enhance diversity, conservation, and preservation of seed, germplasm info, resilience, and climate change adaptation, and to contribute to ecosystem services, as you saw yesterday with the bees. The AU-led harmonization of seed regulatory frameworks in Africa is an opportunity for the women of the seed harvest. Can we clap for the AU? Especially Simbliss Nwala. We want to say that women of the seed harvest and food security ensure household food and nutritional security by maintaining and increasing safeguarding genetic innovations in seeds. They also uphold the UN drops, which we talked about, especially in the indigenous knowledge systems, to conserve and protect their practices, culture, and customary laws affecting the seed sector. Women are the most important people in the seed systems. They grow, harvest, and store seeds. They promote human health and soil health, planetary health, and sustainability. The relationship between women's empowerment, household food security, maternal and child health defines the gender dynamics that drives the women of the seed, food, and nutritional security nexus. So I applaud you, women. To finish, women account for about half of the world's smallholder farmers, contributing almost half of agricultural labor and deserving more representation in the sector. Researchers must adopt a deliberate approach to engage with both women and men to understand how their preferences are shaped by gender, culture, and context, and what this means for developing new crop varieties, which might mean using indigenous languages to better communicate with women. The voices of women in agricultural development are as important to food security as women voters to democracy. Finally, women are a tremendous asset, not only in informing new crop varieties, but in breeding them and introducing them to the field. Women, can you all stand up? The women. Yes, you are the backbone and the anchor of household food and nutritional security, and you nurture nature as well as the custodians of culture across the globe. You will always remain humanity's heroes and the champions in Africa for ages to come. Where is my band? Mama Mulai, keep on standing and dance, Mama Mulai. Can we? Hey. Hey. Where are you?
Women, you can join Dr. Sarah. Some women, please join Dr. Sarah at the podium. And
Can we see the women? Come. Wapi vigelegele ya wamama. Hey. Mama Mulai. Women. Women, where are you?
And girls, and young girls. Girls, please also join us,
Hey.
the future mothers.
Wapi vigelegele wa mama? Mama Mulai. Mama Mulai akhira papa. Mama Mulai. Hey.
Mama Mulai akhira papa. Yolani ya hola Mama Mulai akhira papa.
Mama Mulai.
Mama Mulai akhira papa.
Mabek. Mama Mulai akhira papa. Mama Mulai.
Mama Mulai akhira papa. Yolani ya hola Mama akhira papa.
Mama Mulai. Mama Mulai. Asante wapi vigelegele shangwe wa mama.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
wonderful. Let's applaud the ladies, girls, and women of this great nation. And we really appreciate Dr. Sarah Olembo for speaking passionately about the role of women in the agriculture value chain, and also the women for coming to join here and dance and celebrate the Mother Africa ladies. So we want to move very fast to the next presentation. So our next presentation is going to be from a man, so that now it's not the women talking about themselves, but also men who are also supporting the cause of women in the issues of seed harvest. And I would like to invite our very own Dr. Fasil, all the way from Ethiopia, who are working as a general coordinator of Africa Biodiversity Network, which have also offices in Thika, and they have been a key organizer of this event. We really appreciate the role that ABN has played in this event, and therefore allow me to welcome with a round of applause Dr. Fasil as the IT. Please project the slides, and karibu sana Dr. Fasil. Let the discussion continue. Can we do for the 5 factorials for Dr. Sarah as she goes down the podium? 5 factorials, eh? So we'll start 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So can we do her start now? Asante sana Dr. Sarah, we really appreciate. So Dr. Fasil, kindly have the space, 15 minutes. We shall take the questions after this. If Dr. Sarah, maybe you can just sit there so that we can take the questions after the presentation from Dr. Fasil, so that you don't have to come back on the podium. Slides, please, IT.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. So how am I going to present after such a powerful presentation? I'm not sure, to be honest. It's not just for lip service, but from the bottom of my heart. It's very difficult to top up on what has been really engaged very passionately, and yeah, but I'll try. In fact, my presentation is about women also, as especially focusing their role as custodians of seeds. But Dr. Sarah have already mentioned the deep thought of their role in relation to, of course, as a custodians as well. So my presentation would have been part of her presentation. So, but I would like to bring another perspective of what does it mean being custodian, especially in relation to socio-cultural and spiritual perspective. I will talk not so much about figures and statistics, but I'll talk more about the qualitative part of understanding what makes women being custodian. But before that, I would like to join Dr. Sarah when she was observing all protocols and appreciating, and I don't want to repeat that, but I just want to express my appreciation of participation of the young generation students and then farmers as mentors, because these days all the problems and challenges that we have been facing is because of intergenerational knowledge gap. I really thrilled when I see that students are invited in this kind of very interesting and informative events because the way that we trained, most of us, I presume, in schools through the approach of chalk and talk, we have been told to listen and respond to the classroom lessons, and there is no space for creativity and challenging back the teacher, unless otherwise we respond to according to what we have been taught. Then we don't pass to the next class. So the indigenous way of teaching is different from this. It lets someone from the young age to interact and participate, and also to challenge and then try. And then what we call it is the other way of knowing. So I want to really go this way in terms of my presentation. I just want to bring this this scenario just to bring you in this perspective. Next, please. So next. So my name is Fasil, as Rosina already mentioned my name, and I'm General Coordinator of ABN African Biodiversity Network. The network is a network of like-minded organizations and civil society organizations and individuals, over 25 countries, and we work on issues of biodiversity and community and ecosystem resilience, and also the way promoting of how people should connect with themselves and with nature and their culture, because all lifeways in terms of the wide coverage of the wide range of especially when it comes to smallholder agriculture is all about connecting with nature and culture. We believe that the indigenous thinking, we have a process we call indigenous thinking, and then also community looking into their future. This has been supported by Sweet Bio. We have a project on that, and I'm going to talk about that a bit in a way when I explain about the role of, in fact, I mean the gender segregated role. Next. So when it comes to the outline of my presentation, I'm going to talk about the nature of seed governance in relation to the context of smallholder agriculture. I'll talk a little bit in detail about that, but the general, for you to understand how I'm going to present that, the issue of seed governance has got its own system, which has been informed by law of nature. Nature is orderly, and it has got its own complex expression to lead all elements, or what we call it Earth community, not only people, because I think one of the challenge that we're having in this contemporary world that we claim perfection through science, and we fail to observe and interpret what nature tells us. Of course, science is very crucial and it's important, as we know, but we should also be vigilant about its orderliness and complying with its law, so that we can be contributing to enhance our life ways, whatever way we want to modernize ourselves, but shouldn't be violating nature, and then that's what most of the challenges that were, including climate change and all these pandemics, have been observed. And then when they come into existence, and we can see from our own experience that science failed to really stop them, at least at immediate circumstances. So this should be observed, and the seed governance has got its own system, which is informed by natural order. And the gender perspective of seed governance also is one of the areas that I'm going to talk about briefly. And then I will talk about social life of seeds. This is more like referred by also my own research findings. In fact, I'll draw the elements of how smallholder farmers are making their life to make meaning, and the role of women, especially in management in governance of seed. In fact, I mean, the word management, I'm not very keen. I would like to emphasize on the word governance. I'm going to talk about that. And women as a story of seeds is my next point of focus in terms of outline. What makes them custodians? Why we call them women are custodians of seeds? And then I'll end by just mentioning some points of summary and recommendations. Next, please. As I've said, that seed governance is not only about like looking into the genetic material of seed. As I said, that I'm going to talk about not so much about the genetics and material aspect of seed. I would like to dwell on the socio-cultural and the spiritual perspective of seed governance. So for communities, seeds are sacred. Sacred, when you say sacred, I want to draw a case from Ethiopia during the drought season, which was like maybe about now 2-3 years ago. Like a woman, when they, with her family, she had to move to elsewhere to get aid because there was no food for her and her family to feed in her village, and then she had to travel to somewhere else. And then, in fact, I mean, before the family reached to the place where they could get aid, and she couldn't make it, and then she was about to die. And then she called her elder son and told her that there is a seed which she buried somewhere for the next planting season, hoping that the weather will come normal. And then she died, because that seed could have been supported them to reach to the location that they will get the aid. But because of the sacredness, and then because of commitment and passion of that seed, shouldn't be eaten. Because in the community setting, in most community setting, and then when it comes of indigenous way of looking their worldly outlook, seeds are sacred. Crops are different. Crops can be sold, can be exchanged, but seeds, when I say seeds, that they are the one who selected and stored for planting next season. It's a taboo to eat seed. So seeds are something special. It's not only just from the perspective of looking into consumption, but it's about like maintaining the generation, because seeds gives life to people. Next, please. I think this is also the continuation of what I was explaining. The next, please. The next slide. Next slide, please. And seeds, when it comes to productivity, you know, the ongoing dialogue or argument from what's so-called conventional world is whether the indigenous seed varieties can feed the increasing population of the world. And productivity is seen from its material perspective or from the perspective of yield increment per se. But as Vandana Shiva of India argued that productivity has got multifaceted perspective. Productivity for smallholder farmers is not only a single seed producing more yield. It's about diversity, because diversity needs for smallholder farmer to respond to their diverse needs, cultural needs, spiritual needs, economic needs, and etc. So also the seeds, different type of seeds are also needed for smallholder farmer to respond to also other needs rather than consumption. For example, the straw, especially in the old days, is used for making house, roofs, and also their cattle. You know, the general livelihood of smallholder farmers are the holistic one. And then agriculture cannot be seen in isolation. The productivity also cannot be seen in isolation when it comes to yield increment. Agricultural life is embedded. I mean, the different life ways, like for example, their cattle, and animal husbandry, and in other socio-cultural perspectives should be considered and then valued into agricultural productivity. So cattle not only having like straw for them to feed, but for your surprise, farmers are very much selective or very much conscious about what kind of straw that a particular cattle, it might be cow, it might be, for example, oxen or sheep or goats, what kind of particular straw they need to feed in terms of a particular product they want to get from them. Like it might be milk, it might be flesh, meat, for other needs also. And also it might be for giving them energy, for plowing, for oxen. So they are very much conscious up to this detail of what kind of straw that they are going to feed them. So productivity includes all these perspectives for smallholder farming perspective. Next, please. And also another selection criteria for smallholder farmers are like short maturity, seeds with short maturity. Like for example, there are some special species or varieties that could be give production within a few months, and then there are some also taking almost the whole year, but they have got their own management of spreading the productivity in terms of when a particular seed is going to give production. For example, for those who are maturing within short period would be like from the beginning of the rainy season. In the case of some countries, including Ethiopia, they are going to be planted in that. And then during the long drought period, there are particular seeds that they are going to be planted. And also for a particular ritual, and a wedding, it might be mourning, and then it might be also blessing the weather, and maybe it might be for rainmaking. So there are diverse needs from smallholder farmers, and this is associated with the mindset of looking seeds not from the genetic perspective, but most importantly, I would say, most importantly, that the productivity of a given seed or diversity would be determined by communicating also with the other world, with the spiritual world. And it's important to also maintain the kinship of people among one another, among neighbors, and then building the peace also to the society, and also in a stable environment with all beings. And seeds are central to also mediating communication between among societies, among neighbors, and within the family, according to their significance in terms of their diversity. Next, please. When it comes to gender perspective, in fact, gender perspective of seed management, men and women have got their own roles in relation to the managing or seed governance, and also participation in agricultural activities, in agricultural practices, especially when it comes to agroecology and indigenous way of thinking. Men are more knowledgeable, for example, to identify seed diversities by their appearance and spike, whereas women are more knowledgeable in identifying seeds by kernel, color, and weight. So this kind of gender-based identification of crops seems to vary according to distribution of job into the society, into the family or neighbors. It's not just like the knowledge of women, for example, comes not from out of the blue or just to praise them. You know, the next slide, please next, we'll talk about how the role of women as a custodian of seed comes from, where comes from. Because knowledge, as we know, comes from exposure. Unless otherwise, for example, in both scenario of indigenous thinking and modern thinking, those who are, like, for example, from school, if they don't read and then analyze and then engage in research, whatever, they are not expected to have knowledge. And in the same manner, in the same thinking, in indigenous way of life, one would be knowledgeable about a certain thing in terms of whatever agroecology and rural life ways, depending on how he or she is exposed to a certain practice, be it like, for example, making agricultural tools, plowing, seed selection, harvesting, storing, or whatever life ways needs to be learned. It should be, someone should be exposed. So women in this manner, in this way of thinking, are more exposed to interact with seeds. So that exposure from childhood up to whatever age they would be makes them exposed and also interact with seed, not only with seed but with the surrounding environment, with people, with people's behavior also, and with different practices, makes them knowledgeable and claim to be custodian of seeds. It's not just like from the blue. It's just from the actual context that they have been exposed in relation to their interaction with seed. Next, please. Like, for example, in my own research, when I ask men to tell me about the different characteristics or particular traits of seed, they often refer me to their wife for the detail. They just tell me the general kind of agronomic characteristics, but when it comes to selecting of seed from the perspective of detailed knowledge, they refer me to their wives or someone, some women in the house. This shows that women are not like looking into seed from its physical appearance or genetic material, but most importantly, they know that what kind of seed is going to be making a particular kind of food, and for what ceremony, and for what kind of season, and then which soil type, and then the storage, the storage characteristics, and all these things are given when it comes to detail by women, not by men. This is the practical perspective that many research also identified, and also from my own research, especially my methodology in my research was the ethnographic account, so have been there for about two years, and this is what I observed even from my own experience. Next, please. So, yeah, this might be a little bit maybe kind of weird when it comes to saying that seeds have life. Seeds have their own personality. Yes, they have got their own personality when it comes to smallholder agriculture perspective. As I said, that seeds are sacred, and they have a characteristics of kind of personality to be respected, and then someone with lots of seed diversity in a community is definitely prestigious. Community would give him a special respect, and then especially those are elders, definitely, and they give a special meaning to their sacred seeds. And in any activity in the context of smallholder agriculture, seed is central, and then without seed, which are the source of food, different food. Food is not just like to fill our tummy on just for consumption, but from different values of having them according to the context, according to a particular practice. The seeds are central, and then they have got their own personality. And when they talk about a certain seed, for example, in the context of smallholder agriculture in most African countries, where also ABN partners are experiencing that they talk about seeds with authority. And it's not just like from the mindset of as if they are commodity for sale or for exchange. Next, please. So next, I think when it comes to an anthropologist called, according to Ingold, he says that especially in terms of the social life, the value of social life in terms of smallholder agriculture, people, especially communities in rural setting, are giving more value to social life, which is also mediated and facilitated by seed and their diversity, rather than individual life. And then he talked about tasks are never accomplished in isolation, but always within a setting that is itself constituted by the co-presence of others whose own performance necessarily has a bearing on one's own. And then when it comes to coming together, even in this gathering, we can see that what makes us really to celebrate together and appreciate is seed. As we also are going to see the exhibition and the experience of smallholder farmers. So next slide. Next, please. So what makes some women as a custodian? In fact, I mean, particular cases has been presented by Dr. Sarah before, but the general understanding and perception about women as custodians, that in fact, to be a custodian, as I indicated before, it needs lots of exposure and deep thought and experience about a particular thing, which is seed in this case. So women's seed knowledge requires deep understanding and skill in terms of its multifaceted value at various perspectives, which exceeds physical judgment based on a narrowly perceived economic value. So because seed is not about consumption per se, as I said, and it is also about satisfying emotional and spiritual senses. Next. This needs special skill and knowledge pertaining to complex steps and procedures of rituals, selection of special seeds and fruits, etc. But due to the intervention of high-yielding varieties and in the external interests from elsewhere, this knowledge of seeds, especially by women, and their authority on seed governance has been taken and has been taken away because of the newly introduced system. Next. The new extension system isolate women from such an integrated system, as men are the ones, as Dr. Sarah also mentioned, who often meet government and seed companies to buy high-yielding varieties and then pesticides or herbicides, chemical fertilizers, etc. And both men and women now have no idea about the characteristics of new seeds, their agronomic property and ability to resist pests and environmental stress. Women are left behind home, and the men are the one who communicate. And then the line of communication is totally distorted about seed governance. It's really sad. Next. In fact, I mean, rather than having consultation and also improving the knowledge about seed, now the extension workers and someone else from outside is the one who's going to mentor about the new seeds, which is learning from the scratch, and which is with less diversity and with the characteristics of seeds that not adaptive to the local environment. Go on. In fact, I have said this. This knowledge of and then being custodian of seed governance when it comes to women have been jeopardized, and yet we are talking about democracy. We are talking about rights of women on land, on seeds, and things like that. But we are practicing difference, especially which is supported by policy, which is really, antagonistic to what we are preaching about democracy and about the rights of men and women. Next. Women not only, in fact, when you say seed governance, and seed is life, as I said, and then it's central to everything. So women are the one who are guiding the family, because if one controls the source of food, then then it means that it controls life. This also replicate into the family level. So women's role in seed governance, when we say that they are custodians, it's not about seed per se, but it's about life. But in the previous slide, as I said, that they are very much concerned when it comes to many contexts of rural setting, that they have been observing that they could see they are left behind in relation to participation of family life and their leading role, and also by then their knowledge have been deteriorating, and then they are very much concerned about the future generation in this regard. So in summary, as I said, that many research findings and ABN experience observed that understanding attitudes of farmers towards resource management, including women's role in seed governance through the local system, is being overlooked and being given little attention by government and science. Next. And when it comes to food security and sovereignty, science and government have not yet deeply understood the inextricable linkages between traditional management of seeds and the role of local solutions through socio-cultural practices. Next. And the truth is that seeds are embedded in farming life, particularly women's everyday tasks, offers them opportunity to be knowledgeable and be custodians of seeds. That the role of women is central in seed governance and inextricably linked with making sustainable life in rural settings of complex system. Next. So in sum, the cumulative effect of women's working hard, supporting families, interacting with nature and understanding how life works makes them passionate and knowledgeable to the extent that any society that having active participation and support from them would fail sooner or later. I mean, any society who failed the contribution of women in making life, sustainable life, I mean, will fail sooner or later. This is a fact, and it has been supported by many research findings. And maybe next, and then one or two recommendations. Government policy should consider the multifaceted aspects of farmers' livelihoods and the role of women, in which success in restoration of seed and food sovereignty depends on understanding and thereby supporting the complex interaction between socio-cultural, political, economic, as well as issues of spirituality. Next. And seed needs to be understood in relation to multifaceted aspects of socio-cultural, spiritual, and physical circumstances in which they are inextricably linked with local practices and institutions, as these institutions in turn dependent upon seeds. Next, I think the final. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fasil. Just have a seat here. We take two questions from the plenary. Just two very quick questions because of time. We shall have a detailed panel presentation also where we can have more questions later. So if there are any questions to either Dr. Fasil or Dr. Olembo here, please, someone to help us moving the microphones. Any question on those two presentations? Any question? I cannot see any hand, so it means the presentations were detailed. I hope you listened through very well. So I take this opportunity to appreciate our presenters, Dr. Fasil and Dr. Olembo, for the very helpful and insightful and educative presentations. Feel free to interact with them even after this. If you want to have further discussions, they are here. You can be able to follow up. So with that, it comes to the end of the first session, and I welcome our MC Majanga, and then from there, Miss Anne Mumbi from EVOS will take over. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all of us.
Okay, as we wait for Dr. Olembo to exit, yes, but not completely out. Sawa, no problem. We shall give you time. I think we shall have a small interlude of entertainment, just one or two songs here, and then we call the next moderator. Mr. DJ, unaweza weka hiyo wimbo ya Seed. By the way, this Seed song has been on YouTube for some time right now, so make sure that just a minute, Bona DJ, you go on YouTube and search for a song called African Seed Song. African Seed Song. On YouTube, you'll find the song, and make sure kwamba you subscribe to it, share it widely, because this song is talking about African seed, indigenous seed, African seed. So Bwana DJ, buweka wasikie vile inafanya namna hiyo. This song is about African seed, indigenous seed. My people, Take me back to Africa. It's been a very long time. I want to see my people. Let us go to Ghana and eat. Made from our African rice. Let us go to Kenya and eat. Our true African seed. Ivory Coast. Kayamba roots coming. Acheke. I want to reach Abyssinia. There is no life without injera. African tef Uganda. Highway Miss Katogo. With local groundnuts. Busuma bwobule. Busuma bwobule. Sona Indigenous seed. Our Kayamba roots, when you're ready, you can go.
Weka mkono hivi. Twende. Kevenya. Stretch your hand kidogo. Haya, weka mkono hapa hivi. Weka. Kila mtu, you stretch kidogo, musically stretching. Haya, twende. Mabega kidogo. Now the next one, we are going to Kalenjin. Do you have Kalenjins in the house? We just clap like. Aya, we can follow the leader pole, we go around, eh? Just come. Tusiboeke. Kuja. We follow the leader. Tuzunguke kidogo tu hapa. Hiyo ni chebioso. Hiyo ni nebo man. Ioni asai, Ioni. Ioni. Ioni asai, Ioni. Ioni. Ioni
Thank you, thank
Ioni asai, Ioni.
you. Thank you so much, thank you so much.
Hey!
Thank you so much. We move to the next session. I welcome Mumbi Mugo from EVOS to lead us in the next session, please.
Asante sana. Thank you very much.
It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. You know, the musicians, the next time you tell us to move our heads, you know, for women, some things can come out. So some things start falling. I was very careful what I was doing with my head. As you have heard, my name is Mombi Mugo. I work for HIVOS East Africa. And we are here to celebrate women and food and nutrition and our children and our role in societies and as caregivers and as drivers and agents of all the good things that are happening in the food systems and in nutrition and in our children. I don't know where you come from, but where I come from, food is a common ground. It provides a universal experience, and I'm sure you all know, or you have all heard that we cannot build a peaceful world on empty stomachs and human misery. So therefore, the role of women in this universal experience cannot be gainsaid, as has been demonstrated by Dr. Sarah and Dr. Fasil in their presentations. And as we are going to see from a panel of eminent women, and I cannot see them on the floor. I think I can see two. So we are going to have a panel conversation that is going to delve deeper into what was presented by Dr. Sarah and what was presented by Dr. Fasil. And we're going to look at the role of women in household food security and nutrition, because I don't think we can be talking about the future, the history, and the present of food without talking about the role of women. We cannot talk about maternal deaths and maternal health without talking about food and the role of women in that conversation. So allow me at this juncture to invite on stage Ms. Esther Kagai, if she is in the room. A round of applause. You can shake your head if nothing is falling. Thank you, Ms. Esther Kagai. They are going to introduce themselves on the floor. I also would like to invite Mr. Daniel Maingi from Kenya Food Rights Alliance. Dr. Daniel Maingi. Thank you, Daktari. Please encourage him as he comes. We said, you know, it's almost lunchtime, and we said we cannot operate on empty stomachs and human misery, and empty stomachs cause human misery. Please encourage my panel. Okay, and we are also going to invite to the stage Ms. Rosina Mbenya from Pelham. Rosina has been on the floor most of the morning. Thank you very much. And we're also going to invite Ms. Anne Maina, who was introduced to us in the morning from Biba, Kenya. Thank you. I think we will need mics, MC. Thank you, ladies and Daktari, for agreeing to be on this. on this panel. I hope you can all see us. Yeah? Okay, great. So I think we start with a round of
Sorry,
introduction.
can we have the lights on, please? The lights here.
We can switch off the projector because we are not projecting anything, and then we have. Thank you. I think that's better. Great. I'm going to allow the panelists to introduce themselves to you. We have about an hour, and the last 20 minutes of this panel conversation is going to be a question and answer session. So I'm going to allow the panelists to introduce themselves to you, and then we delve right into the conversations of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. My name is Anne Maina from the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, which is a network of 60 member organizations from civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, CBOs that are working on keeping Kenyans aware and alert on issues of biodiversity and biosafety. And we are here also as members of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, a Pan-African network working on issues of seed and food sovereignty. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Esther Kagai. I work for Sea Chef Kenya. We are based in Kiserian. I'm a seed saver. I'm a woman in the seed system.
The other one. When they choose male, female, I choose the other one. Just to say I'm different. I'm a farmer. I live in Eastlands, the slums of Eastlands. And I'll talk about my wife today because I think she is worthy to be celebrated.
Thank you so much. And karibuni sana to this conversation. It's about women, and we are happy, Dr. Maingi, that you're proudly associated. We always celebrate feminists. So I think my first question to the panel, and it's not a question really, is I know we didn't have questions from the floor from Dr. Fasil's and Dr. Sarah's presentation, but you could give us some quick reactions from what you picked from the presentations, and we can start with you, Anne.
make sure everybody in the community is well fed. And I'm wondering nowadays, why is it that when we are talking about men coming in the seed system and coming up with companies with a lot of scientific studies on seeds, now we start getting things that are not actually in line with the nature, and there are so many things that are coming up. Remember the emerging issue in the country now about the GMOs. Why is it that when men come in, there are some horns that are coming up? I'm actually like very happy with Anne that she has been in the forefront fighting about with the seed issues. But also we need to call in the government to listen to our voices. Thank you. bye-bye to our own well-kept, good taste food. We are bidding them bye-bye if we are still inviting the multimillionaire companies in the country. So for me, I'll still say food insecurity. If we go back to the small-scale farmer, then we are sure that we maintain our seed. Yes.
better harness and leverage on the strength of this woman in in her role in household food security and nutrition, seeing as women have been left out, as I think it's Anne who has mentioned the issue of land and access to other productive resources. And even your story on that issue in Githunguri, where you have men growing the tea up to the door. They know what the woman can do, and the woman knows her role in what she's supposed to do for her family, and what also Dr. Sarah was talking about. A woman knows if we had this for breakfast, then we are going to have this for lunch. If I only have 2 options of 2 meals during the day, I know which one is the most important. I know which ones my children can miss and which one they cannot miss. So there is this strength and there is this knowledge. I don't want us to get fast into the indigenous knowledge conversation because that is coming. But how are we going to leverage on the strength of this woman to carry this household on her shoulders, to prevent diseases, to make sure our children are healthy, meals are eaten, there is diversity of diets, while we still have those persistent challenges that you're talking about? What are the options?
Thank you. I think Rosina spoke about issues of access. So access is very important, access to land. And I think Kenya is one of the countries leading where women have access. They might not be able to afford, but it's a step, a process where we need to get there. Access, education, and we're very happy with this fair, where we're seeing more of women who are coming to get empowered. When you empower a woman and they realize the importance of nutrition, proper diets, diversification, then the woman will go out of her way. Even if she does not have the land, they can go, and you find even like in the cities, the women are the ones who are having pieces of land next to the railway line and growing food for food and nutrition security. But the government needs to invest on supporting women and empowering them. For example, how do you support them in terms of production, processing? The youth are also very important, and we have the young women and the young men. How do you support them, for example, in agro-processing? If you're producing some herbs or producing some of these nutrient-rich crops, how do you dry them in a way where you don't lose the nutritional quality and use them for the next season? And this is very important in terms of ensuring that women are more empowered and have control over the seed and food system.
Maybe just to add on that, the other aspect that is very important is giving space for women to also share, or having a sharing forum so that women can share the challenges that all of us are addressing. And even looking at the youthful ladies, I think sometimes some of the youthful ladies could be in their childbearing ages, and it could be difficult for them to participate in educative programs. It could be difficult to participate even in chief barazas or some community-led local initiatives. So we need to understand and apply everything that we are doing with the gender lenses so that we understand what are the challenges, and from there we are able to address. I think we have even this kind of programs even in schools where we, the government and different actors have had to study what are the challenges for girls attending schools, and those challenges have been understood so that we address the root causes but not just the symptoms of girls not being able to actively participate. And also talking about the issue of youth, women play a very key role in educating the young children. I think that's why our languages are called mother tongue, not father tongue. I think that is where we come from. We all learn from our mothers, how they, because that is the first person you interact with. When you are born, when you are being raised. A long time ago, we sit at the fireplace and we have all these stories as we cook the food. And they play a key role in nurturing the youth, the young, and the growing up. So they need to be empowered so that they know they can handle these things. If it's issues of seeds of brain, they can pass over this knowledge to the young as they, even at a tender age of growing
as I was coming in there, I met a young lady who is the admin there, and I asked her whether she knows, she has interacted with the indigenous seed, as we are in here talking about indigenous seeds and foods. So I asked her whether she knows derema. I don't know how many people knows derema here. And she told me she doesn't know. Do you know Sageti? She doesn't know. And that took me back. Like, how many times do we teach our young children about eating indigenous food, about having seeds? I'm happy for this CBC nowadays. Is really training our children about that culture of growing seed, of bringing up food to put it on the table. But I'm wondering, out of the previous education system, how many, like we have some nurses here who are being trained to be nurses. If I can ask one of them, do they know even the seeds? What we are talking, when we are talking about indigenous seed, do they know what are those seeds we are talking about? I feel like that empowerment to everyone, not even to girl child, even to boy child, will do well, but more if we talk about women, empowering that woman to know what is the seed. What do we talk, when we talk about indigenous seed, what do we talk about? When we talk about seed multiplication, what are we talking about again? Remember we have said, for him he said that he has 2 seeds which are well multiplied, and he's proud of them. How are we going to make our children proud of the seeds that they multiply as indigenous seed? I'm talking about indigenous seed. How do we make our girls also adapt that culture of multiplying the seeds? And again, multiplying the right seed, not the fake seed that we are seeing coming in, but the indigenous seeds. I'm happy that many women are adapting to, when we go to the village, we find many women adapting to the training. But I think more resources should be availed to those women to empower them, to give them that sense of belonging, like those things belong to them and they own them, and so they should protect them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we are almost wrapping up, but yesterday at one of the stands, I happened to be in the very last stand. I don't remember the name of that group, but I think they were from Trans Nzoia, and there was a huge rat on display. Ilikuwa imechomwa, ilikuwa nyama choma. And I went there with a group of young people, also myself, because I am really resonating with what Esther is saying about how do we, and I don't know, Dr. Fasil also talked about it in his presentation, because women then possess this knowledge of indigenous seeds and biodiversity that is really helping to hold food security together, even at the household level. But how do we ensure that there is no intergenerational gap, right? And what has, it's a very hard, I struggled with understanding that that rat, actually it's just called a huge rat. She gave me a name, but she told me it's actually just a big rodent, right? And I know there were people behind me who were screaming and taking photos and like, nakuliwa. And you know, she went ahead to tell us about its nutritional value, but I don't see us, how would you tell your 6-year-old, for example, that that huge nyama choma of a rat can be eaten? And the few times now I have interacted with this conversation around indigenous seeds and its importance and why we are fighting, because we still need to have young people engaging in the spaces that Anne is engaging. But without that knowledge of why it is important, they will not fight the fight or fight for the cause, right? So how do we ensure that we preserve this knowledge and we appreciate what women are doing, but we also ensure for the future of food and the future of food security that we do not get an intergenerational gap? How do we bring young people to this conversation? Because I think that is going to be the next hardest thing to do. How do, even in this space, in the civil society space, you will see that that fight is for a certain cluster of people, but a lot of young people have not appreciated this knowledge. So, you know, how do we go about it? I can begin with you, Anne.
Thank you, Annie. The concept of passing on the knowledge is very important. And we're happy to be able to see many young people who have joined us, even some that might not understand they're very young. But it's a start. What are we doing as parents to take this knowledge to the next generation? Maybe I can even ask Mubi, do you go to the farm or to your kitchen garden with your children? Or are you being forced by the CBC? That's one step. Number two, how do we reach out in the schools? One of the partners or the people we're working with who organize this Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Fair is the regional schools and colleges permaculture program. This particular member that is a member of Viva Kenya is very good in terms of reaching out and working with school children to produce food. They even work, and I've visited them at the Thika Rescue Center recently. And the children there are children that were mostly displaced during the post-election violence. Maybe were to go there as a stopgap before they moved to the next level, but ended up staying there. And you find the children are so inspired. It's even a way of them coping. They are growing their own vegetables because government provides only the basics, maize and beans. But because they are growing their own vegetables, they are growing their own sweet potatoes, they're able to supplement their food and nutrition. They are also able to sell even tree. They have a tree nursery. And this is very important. So it's a challenge to us. How do we inspire our children? Do you go to the market and you say, watoto wakae kwa gani kuingia soko? Work with them. CBC is also insisting. They need to know what is this and learn how to go to the shamba. Maybe we may not have shamba, but a small kitchen garden. How do we inspire them, even in our schools? And that's one of the critical and important aspects we appreciate about CBC, is taking us back to that level, where we are going looking for side soil and making makongoros. The other day we were making ropes, and that's very inspiring in terms of taking them to that level.
The issue of the passing the baton is very important. And I think Sarah here in the morning, she was also emphasizing that we need to pass the baton. And that starts right from when the child is very young. I think some of these things that we have learned, even when you see the rat and you're almost screaming, is because you have never been brought up maybe eating a rat. But so this is the same case. If we have not brought up our children even eating or even going to these indigenous want to do something wrong in school, you are given a punishment. And that punishment you are told to go and cultivate a whole acre. And it brought us a negative effect. This is just a punishment. But we need to change the narrative. Even the way we brand our things. If we are doing an agriculture branding, let us use very nice photos depicting agriculture as very attractive industries. Yesterday the farmer says we just need a fork or a jembe to get into the business. So even as we brand, let us not discourage our youth that the mama mockers of this country have been used to depict the poorness of all. When a politician stands up and speaks on behalf of mama mocker, we need to change that narrative so that the agriculture is rebranded as a very good business. Everyone can do it and they are comfortable. If we don't have all to be wearing suits and all in Nairobi doing
Thank you. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We're running short of time. I just wanted to ask, we ask ourselves, when we were growing up, especially those who grew up from the village, did you used to see some fruit along your ways, going home, going to school? You could actually, as I remember sometimes we were beaten by our parents for being late. We were going to steal guavas and some maperas. I don't know where those things went. Today, if you go to the market, that one bunch of that mapera, how much is it costing? And what are we doing ourselves to mentor our children, to keep those seeds so that they can plant them, even if it's not along the road, but at least if you have a small garden somewhere, they can plant it and see it grow. That managu, you know, the small seed, the one that becomes blackened, that one, that child can use it and do some multiplication on it so that that thing can grow in them. Otherwise, if we go to the rate we are going with, when we eat avocado, we just throw it in the dustbin, the seed. We don't keep it, isn't it? Where does it go? It ends up getting destroyed. Yet, that is a seed which could be future food. And why are we saying the food are less nowadays? It's because we are not preserving our seeds. So let us work. Those who are here, we can work. We can say like Wangari Maathai with the weaver bird. That small thing that you are doing can save her. Wherever you are, the others will do the rest. Thank you.
I began by saying that my wife, through her wisdom, we've not bought eggs for the last 5 years. We keep eating fresh eggs. The other thing we have not bought is kuma from the local market. The two plants we keep moving them around, or the lemon and some terere. They feed, and my 15-year-old son knows how to cook it very well. In the city of Nairobi, although in Islam, not the different suburbs. Intergenerational transfer, knowledge transfer, can be done by choosing the deliberately not to live a style that is outside of this world. My uncle, I have an uncle, his name is Francis, and he says that in order to effect change, you have to have a lifestyle change. Then you can stand against some of the powers that are seeking to possess and to control other lives. And so food sovereignty means a personal choice. It means me looking for Professor Abikutsa and multiplying my, instead of the remana, I need something else that can grow in the city of Nairobi.
Thank you. I have just 3 more questions, and I know people are getting very hungry. But very quickly, maybe half a minute, okay, 1 minute and a half to each panelist. But before we go to the issue of policies, there is this other conversation that is definitely affecting our household nutrition and food security. That conversation has also been labeled as a very elitist conversation that is happening in a certain class of society, and the people that are affected by it the most, the women, especially the rural women farmers, who are now holders of this food security and nutritional security. It doesn't get to them, and it's the issue of climate resilience and climate change. Because for these women to thrive in promoting this household security and nutrition, a lot of the agricultural activities are dependent on rain-fed programs, but then we know we have had persistent drought, we had locust invasion, and then the burden has gotten harder. We say the pressure is getting worse. The pressure is getting worse for the woman at that household level because of these erratic climatic conditions. Do you think we are doing enough to build climate resilience for these women, and what can be done?
Thank you. It is a reality that our culture is dependent on welfare culture, and especially for the rural woman and even the urban population which has to work from every day. It is a big challenge, and one of the issues that we have raised are some of the ways the government has supported the communities is, for example, each sub-county providing water for irrigation, small dams, not huge dams, and also support for extension. In terms of them being able to produce and diversify, why we are promoting indigenous seeds is that if your maize fails, your cassava can survive, or other crops that you have there, and you have some way of coping. And so it's important that money or resources are put into supporting such processes when we go into the climate negotiations. And soon, many will be heading to Sharm el-Sheikh for the United Nations Conference on Climate Change. There's a lot of promises done by the superpowers on providing money for climate resilience agriculture, but unfortunately it does not trickle down. And so we have to begin by also raising our voice. When we go into our various counties or counties, the CIDP processes began, development of the 5-year CIDPs, but they have not yet finalized. Are we influencing our county governments to allocate more resources into supporting agriculture using irrigation? That's one way of strategizing. But your voice really matters. As students, as consumers, as farmers, and you raise your voice for diversification and access to water, access to extension, to ensure that our farmer at the village level is able to cope, and even the one at the urban center can afford food, because access to food is not about just having it there. It's an issue of affordability. You and I today will not sleep hungry because you have maybe an income, your parents are providing the resources. But that person who's poor, who cannot have that money, they need to be supported, and by expanding and having these processes where they can produce cheaper food, then you can be able to cope with some of these challenges.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you talk about the first one is two of most of the time people forgotten in these discussions when we talk about farmers, and we tend to forget the pastoral communities. Actually, they are hardly hit by the climate change, and we read and seen that the women travel with the cow to look for pasture, and these women are left behind. They struggle with getting food and all that. So we need to educate the women so that they can diversify and have alternative livelihoods, so that you are not just depending on one kind of livelihoods. We have had programs in Kenya, like a program we did in the Agadez region, that is, it was a livelihood improvement program, and the tea farmers there have even diversified, because we had a case where the women would plant the tea and they sell the tea, buy bread and sugar for breakfast, but now they are able to plant even arrowroots, they issue of water. Women actually even normally spend a lot of time in the rural village looking for water and even energy. That is like firewood and all that. So it's a big issue for the women and they are highly affected. And as Anne mentioned, to look forward to now the climate negotiations can bring the space of women in the center. Estella, we are doing a national COP caravan, pre-COP caravan very soon, and we shall be looking at the issue of women versus the climate change. And we hope to present the same, which can in a way influence decisions on this.
I am so happy that most people who are here, all the organizations which are represented here, are in agroecological agriculture. I don't know how many people who have gone to the village and found that that poor vulnerable woman there, she wants to welcome you at her place. And she has cooked maybe rice, and the stew is potatoes. And maybe she had some few managus or terere in the garden, but she thought, because he is a visitor who is coming, I want to cook the best. So I will nitakaanga hii waru, arafu mweke mchele. I don't know how many have found themselves in that situation. But do we ask ourselves, is that woman empowered? Is that woman given the knowledge about nutrition? We in agroecology, what are we doing to educate, to enhance their capacity on nutrition, on even when they are farming in their gardens, making sure that they have those things that they require in the house, such that she doesn't even have to go outside to get from the neighbor. She will get them from the farm, and in that case they are cheap for her, and she's able to cater for the family with good nutrition. So for me, a lot of capacity building to that woman, to that girl, is still very, very important.
The other day, my children lined us up, and we were measuring the size of our noses from mother to father, and you would wonder what the size of the nose has to do with climate change.
Yeah.
Talking about diversity being the same that God has put for us to overcome the impacts of climate change. Somebody earlier in the day talked about the US. Distinct uniform zero. That's a commercial term. When you go back and you're eating all the money, the same size, the same whiteness, you end up eating a lot of empty calories. And so when you go into diversity, you mix as a deliberate strategy, which is very well practiced by the woman. You have Itara, you have sorghum, you have everything. Don't wait for America to let us, America's now letting us forward. The sorghum is the next superfood. And they're saying it's the camel's crop. Whereas you're calling it the woman's crop. They are saying it's so nutrition dense, and here we are. Don't touch it. And so climate change means we need to deliberately avoid planting and eating what the pipe crops that we are eating. And say we agree with Sedeni, if there is no meat, what we are going to eat? Is it this young, but we eat cassava. And let's not touch the cassava with other commercial uniformity, stableness, and other things. Let's have our cassava, our cassava.
Thank you. The second last question, I think this can be answered by Biba and Pelham and probably any other panelist who wants to talk about it. It's the issue of the policy landscape. Is it favoring women, or is it even adequate for the conversation around household food security and nutrition? I know we have the national food security something. The policy, the implementation framework policy, we do have the constitution, we do have other existing legal frameworks, but then we still have the conversation around having unfair seed laws, for example. How do you feel about the policy landscape? Does it favor women? Is it even adequate for the conversation we are having around household food security and nutrition?
Thank you, Mommy. Our constitution is very favorable and looks at all aspects that are balanced and access to food and access to seed for communities, recognizes issues of culture, indigenous knowledge, and all that. However, there's been a lot of controversy, and which is true, on our seed laws in Kenya, because the seed laws are very much inclined to commercial interests. In them, it's about formal or informal. Formal is controlling about 20%, the so-called informal is 80% of our seed sector. And so we have been at the forefront as civil society, calling for the government that there's need to review our seed laws, especially the act where farmers are not recognized as breeders, and they have been breeding seed for hundreds of years in Kenya and in Africa. How do we support using our regulators like KEFIS, which is the Kenya National Inspectorate Services, to support farmers and recognize them as breeders? Yesterday we had a long debate about this within the ministry and KEFIS here on a particular aspect of where farmers can be arrested. If a seed inspector comes to your farm or your granary and they find you with genetic material that belongs to a private company, then you can be arrested. It has not happened, which was acknowledged, but it is there. So it is something that is dangerous in terms of our seed laws, and it is good that the process has begun. But what we are calling for is inclusivity, public participation. There was a meeting in Naivasha 1 or 2 weeks ago. Not many civil society were involved, or farmers, but yesterday we had, and I hope the commitment will be kept, that they will move even at the county level and speak with all stakeholders to ensure that our laws protect farmers as breeders where they have been breeding and saving their seed, and even stop referring to them as informal. They are farmer-managed seed systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quickly is that, yes, we have very many policies from the global to the local level. We're looking at the SDG goal number 2, ending hunger and even promoting sustainable agriculture. And continental, the Malabo Declaration, which talks about 10% of budgets to agriculture sector. And in the Constitution, it has many articles on the protection of the environment, it has articles on food security, articles around women empowerment, culture, and all that. And even with the previous government, we gave food and nutrition being a key area that was in the big four agenda, the big four agendas of the country. But where I find the gap is the implementation. There are so many policies, and when it comes into the implementation, it is not well clarified or understood by the implementer, so that the implementation can take place. And we set the 10% budgets that we cite to Malabo, and even if they have been set aside at 4%, in terms of the actual spending, where is the money going? So that's where we start with the issue, because now the extension and workers being able to be facilitated on the ground to reach out to these women farmers and other categories of farmers. We talk about nutrition as a big four agenda. What have we been able to do? Have we just looked at the amount of ugali, the maize, and the four major crops that we are talking about, wheat, maize? But what have we talked about in terms of diversity and nutrition? So for me, the big gap is actually implementation. If it's the constitution, once it talks about the parliament enacting laws that protect our genetic diversity, have they been set? And if they have been set, is the implementation happening? So why are we coming up with so many policies, but there is a gap in implementation? Is the big question.
Let's stop there on the policy conversation because of time. But we have come to the end of this panel conversation. But before we give a space for questions, I wanted the panelists to just give us a parting shot. And the parting shot is basically on all of us here. Based on all the conversations we have had since yesterday, very rich, very robust, and even from your various findings and conversations, to reimagine the future of this woman and food security, to reimagine where this conversation is going, the emerging global trends in our policy landscape, in our societies. Anne, I'll start with you. Where is this conversation going? What is the future of the role of women in food systems, in nutritional security and food security? And then you can all give your parting shot based on that, and then we take questions.
I think we have begun on a good note, and for me, I'm looking at a future where Kenya is a developed country. We have gotten rid of the plastic bottles. We are consuming sustainably. If I want to buy my food every week in my estate, there is an organic market. Every week I can go there and buy my food that I'm sure of where it comes from. There's reduced use of toxic pesticides or even total elimination. We are using biofertilizers and biopesticides to manage the various challenges that we are facing. And the country is food secure. I can choose what to eat in terms of nutrition. And every Kenyan can afford to feed their family without having a lot of stress and challenges to affording food.
For my parting shot is that we need access and control of the key resources for the women to be able to be better placed to engage in agriculture. Then women need space. They need to take up a leading role, and all of us being able to support them and remove all these cultural connotations where we have come from. And also rebranding agriculture is very attractive for the youth, so that in the future we see many youth even in banners which are relating agriculture. You don't have to see very elderly women in a dilapidated manner who continue to make agriculture look attractive and a poor man's business. So we need also to, I see a country coming up with terms of diversity and indigenous foods, 100 years from now having our different cultural foods in place, because the Waswahili told us, Machamila, Nimtumana, that's the question for all of us. So we don't want to be slaves. You know, Machamila, or living our culture is slavery. That's what the old Swahili proverb tells us. So let us not be a slave to corporates, slave to maybe the same kind of synergies that have been brought from all angles for corporate capture. So, thank you.
Esther, what does the future look like?
The capacity to for a woman to access seed, to access money, and resources that pertains to multiplying that seed for sustainability. That will be the only thing that will make our future be food sustainably. So I am proud because I know where we are headed. That woman, the women here and the women like Anne who are spearheading the debate will instill the urge to young women to continue adapting the seed way, seed multiplication way, so that we can have a sustainable future. Yeah.
I see a very bleak future because of the things that are happening on board, the new policies and government working for odds, where you put corporates over the people. I see high blood pressure continue to be so much more, yet we forget culturally and
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you. I want to believe we have really benefited from the conversations, and I will now give an opportunity for questions, and somebody can take the mic round so we can see who has a question. Yes, I see 2 questions, 3 questions, 4 questions. Okay, and that will be all. Please, when you stand up, ask your questions direct, and direct them to the panelists, a particular panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eunice Nkopio, and I work with Mpido, and I'm from Kajiado, and a pastoralist. I want first of all to thank the panelists, together with Dr. Swara and Dr. Fasil, for the very robust conversation. We are very encouraged, and we got a lot of information. I have a comment, and this comment, because I heard Dr. Sarah talking about the Maasai pastoralists who are suffering. I want to confirm that that is very much true. Right now, because of the effect of climate change, many pastoralists are suffering because our cows are dying, our goats are dying, everything is dying. Yet, the most affected people are women and children who are left behind at home to stay to look after. The women are left behind by men. Not that they are running away, but they are trying to move with the livestock from one corner to another in search of pastures. Although women have been trying through several programs to do some diversification of livelihood, but yet it is not easy because of lack of water. Because without water, you cannot do the diversification of livelihood. So I'm just trying to tell all of us that issues of food security is very key, especially for indigenous women who only depend on those cows as the source of livelihood and for their food, and they are suffering right now, and we don't know when it's going to rain because of the many issues of drought going on, a lot of charcoal burning everywhere. So hopes are very limited or very few, but we are hopeful that one day it will rain. But we want to look a future that maybe what can we do about food security, especially for women and the young children that are left behind. I also want to comment about the passing the knowledge to the younger generations, which was a discussion that was talked here, because I agree entirely that we need to start right from the beginning, right from the household, right from my children, that this is what the seeds are all about, or any other traditional knowledge. Because if our young generations are not involved right now in many things that we are doing as indigenous women, we will not have a generation to come, years to come, because we have seen that lifespan is reducing day by day. So we need to pass this generation, this knowledge to the younger generation, and we thank the students who are here and other people who are here, and maybe we should also make it a routine or a way forward as this meeting, that whenever there is a conference of any kind, let's encourage our young generation, institutions that are around in that area, for them to take this knowledge. Because maybe, as discussed by many of the panelists, they were saying that a number of issues that they never knew, many things I've seen here, if these students were not here, they could have not known anything, or any other person. And thank you very much for the conversation. I think the issue of panelist discussion, to me, is perfect, because we get to know more. Because when my sister Esther from Kiserian, I'll talk to you, because that is part of our area, although I come from the end of Kajiado, the border of Kenya and Tanzania. But it is good to interact and to know more of these things for us to help our indigenous women.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There was no question there, right? Yeah, thank you for those remarks.
Hi, okay, sir. My name is Wanja. I am a farmer in Moranga County, and I deliberately only grow, or mostly grow, African indigenous varieties of things. So not just African indigenous vegetables, but also African indigenous bananas, African, whatever it is that we look for what has been in existence over the centuries. But one of the things that is a challenge is information. It's very hard to get information. If you Google anything about organic farming, Google YouTube, it will be some American farmer, right? We have very few examples, written blogs, Instagram posts, YouTube channels that are African, that are Kenyan, about indigenous food and food systems. So, in fact, I saw Professor come in, and I remember just when I started growing indigenous vegetables, I Googled hard. And the journalist that had done her story had forgotten data privacy and had given her number. And I called her, and that is how I was able to access the Nderema, Managu, Saga seeds that I grow to this day. Because we don't write enough, we don't blog enough, we don't YouTube enough, and a lot of the information is NGO reports that are hard to read half the time, doctoral theses that are very hard to absorb. So it's a challenge to us all, a challenge to even our panelists. How can we put information out there, anecdotal, daily language information that people can resonate with, that gives us enough knowledge that we can use as farmers, as people, like, can we have more indigenous seed influencers who actually speak to the public, and how can we do that? So it's not a challenge to the panelists only, it's a challenge to all of us. To me, myself, who hates writing, even texts, how can we put more information out there? So when somebody Googles African food, Googles why are African farmers supposed to be against GMO, they see an African farmer talking to them, not some white American person in the Bible Belt.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was the second last question, and then it comes to Dr. Sarah. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mane Nanyu. I would like to appreciate the panelists for the great discussion, as well as the two keynote presenters that did in the morning. I think we've all appreciated the role of women in this issue of farming. So I have only one concern, because we are talking about indigenous seed. What are we doing about the animal seed? We need to see how we are going to preserve, conserve, and protect the indigenous animal seed. Let us also look at the other side of the animals. Let us not all concentrate in the issues of plants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, and our moderator. You've done a great job. You've opened it up so nicely and inspired us even more. I must admit that I have my grandson here. Is he there? Oh, you heard about blogging. So you have work, and I'll be in the kitchen. Yeah. My question is this, and it came up a little earlier when we were meeting in the planning committee, regarding the number of restaurants that we have in this Kenya: Chinese restaurant, Italian restaurants, Indian restaurants, and to add to that, I want to add the situation that came up here a little while ago regarding KFC, when they refused our potatoes, that they were not distinct, uniform, and stable. And so the chips that they were making were not compliant. They must be the same as that are sold in the US, you know, like that. So what I mean to say here is that what is in the market is being again dictated by these people who are serving food here. And we go, and very happy to choose that I want to go to the Italian restaurant, I want to go to the Indian restaurant when I have an occasion. You know, it is so irritating. Where are our restaurants? So that we can be able to sell and also dominate. This is our country. How many African restaurants are people are there? Even in the US, I know people are trying in the US, but these other countries, you cannot find. If any, maybe from the West Indies, those Jamaicans and all this, and they import, of course, the products from here. But yet when they come here itself, these restaurants are lacking. There was a while ago when a lady tried to put up a restaurant called Amaika. And of course, we really patronized that Amaika restaurant. But again, she was running out of materials. I think, Professor, you know her. So what are we talking? Because unless we patronize these things ourselves, and then the marketing itself, you go to every small area here in Nairobi, pizza. And they even have promotions, buy two, get one free or something like that, you know, on certain days, and the children know. So they know that Tuesdays, daddy, pizza. And it's usually the daddies who buy those pizzas. I don't think the mothers do. So this culture, we need to confront it. We really need to confront it and be able to do what we are saying that we must do. And we really must do it, because unless we make a decision that we confront this issue ourselves, especially as women, because we are the ones who provide the food and also the appetite that the children are getting used to in the homes. I want to say that I love Daniel, not to love that way, you know. He has just said that he's married, and of course, wherever I am, I always look for Daniel, because when he's not there, I feel very lonely, and I lean on him all the time, and he knows he'll always coming to my aid. Daniel, I really appreciate you. Yeah. So having said that, this is a big question to all of us as women, as the ones who are raising young children and selling their appetite to these foods that we are condemning, and also the culture that food systems changes that we don't want to see. We need to do something about it, and we need to, I loved your question, the lady from Muranga, you know, because that is exactly where we need to go. And also, another thing that I want to say is that in research, yes, let us get away from the laboratory research that you are confined in, and do our research together with the farmers. Okay. Then only can we know their needs, we can know the gaps, and try to do research that addresses those gaps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. I think more of remarks and not questions. So, access to information, how do we get information out there? How do we get inspired to blog about indigenous foods and restaurants? Have any response? Okay, Esther.
I don't have much, but I remember when I saw Professor Mary's write-up, she has written a lot about indigenous vegetables, so we can still go look at pages, and she has done a lot of work. So congratulations, Professor Mary. And I would also like to pose a challenge to you, everyone who is here. What are you doing about preserving this food, about making our children eat our indigenous food at your own capacity? What are you doing? Thank you. Dr. Maingi.
The best way to do intergenerational transfer, knowledge transfer, is what Moranga person said. And it's good your grandson is here, because people are coming to look for knowledge. And if they are led to the US, and Mzungu is trying to talk about how to grow indigenous vegetables, where? I met a man yesterday. He's a reverend. He's very renowned. I think he's still in his 40s. And he was telling us about how he has just overcome breast cancer. Very painful. But he's gone to a very different lifestyle change. If you are, do you know Tegetes minuta inaitwaje? Tegetes minuta? Tegetes minuta inaitwaje? The weed. Yes. Professor, in that family of marigolds and everything, yes, we have a knowledge gap where science has not caught up with where we are. And I'm glad yesterday Dr. From Kara Lucice, she was saying Kari has identified 427 commercially viable plants, and you're still struggling to plant the 4. What's wrong with us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause to the panelists. Thank you so much for making time. Please don't leave the stage. We are taking a group photo. And to thank everybody for being so patient with us and participating in the conversations. Nafikiri sasa kazi iko kwetu kina mama. The challenge is to us to diversify our diets, to raise our children, and to transfer the knowledge to them. Yesterday after we left here, I passed by the market, I bought green bananas. So I was telling my house manager how we are going to make the matoke, and my daughter said, tunakula matope. And I said, it's matoke. So and she made me spell it so that she gets the difference between matope and matoke. She could not imagine we're eating green bananas, and she asked me whether we are going to put cheese on top. She doesn't know how it's made. So I think we do have a challenge, but I think we are up to it. If we continue with forums of this nature, and we continue involving the youth, and we continue training our children, I think we are on the right track. Mama Mulai? Very well. Thank you so much. I will pass it on to the MC, and enjoy your lunch. I know we do have a cooking competition where we also get to see those dishes and those diets and those that diversity that we are talking about. So I wish you fun at the exhibition in the afternoon. Thank you so much, everybody.
Can we put our hands together for this panel? And especially, can you stand up? Where is that pillow? I think you've been sitting for a very long time. I want you to appreciate Mrs. Mombi Mugo. And the panelists hapo wamefanya kazi nzuri sana. She has really protected as they exit the stage. Just appreciate them as they sit down. And maybe they can do a photo here. We can do a photo here. You want some other people? Oh, you in here. Okay. Yes. And they are saying that if the women have some energy left to come and dance Kidogo as they take the photos before we go for our lunch, why not? You can just jump on. Kayama Roots, you can come and dance. Assist. Mama Mulai, Mama Mulai,
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianga na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mbuga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with reproduction. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality, and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Route to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Route to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Route to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions. Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Sawa. Hii umeona imeandika traditional porridge. Uso. Hai. Right. Ndio hii. Uso. Porridge enyewe. Ni 3 in 1. Na yenyewe ni strong. Hata kama akikunywa hii kuwa strong. Na mwanamume akikunywa anakuwa strong, hata akienda shambani lazima alime. Kutengeneza nao unachukua, ikiwa ni mahindi, unachukua mahindi una select. Na alafu unaweka kwa maji, ukiweka kwa maji unafunika ndio ikuwe fermented. The same millet nayo unaweka kwa, una select alafu unaweka kwa sufuria na unafunika ndio ikuwe fermented. Sorghum nayo the same. Unachukua unaweka kwa, una select alafu unaweka kwa sufuria, na ukiweka kwa sufuria utafunika alafu ndio uferment. Kutoka hapo utaenda kwa jiwe. Utaanza na millet, utaenda kwa jiwe, unaweka hivi. So ukiweka hivi utaimba, kuna kawimbo saa hiyo una grade, unasema muthiyei wa mungawe, muthiyei wa mungawe, luloviyai wa mukwatyo, muthiyei wa mukwawe, kingawe ne mulume wako.
Na mimi naitwa Frida from Starlight Valley. Tunadeal na baobab products. Tunadeal na mambo ya baobab. Kitu ya kwanza ni baobab fruit powder.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to 2 more groups at the beginning of this tent. So bear with us, we walk for like 2 minutes, then we will connect you to another group so that now we can continue to learn what the farmers from different communities that they have.
natoka Busia County. Mimi ni mkulima, napenda kulima na kuhifadhi mbegu na kufundisha wamama wenzangu jinsi ya kulinda familia zao nyumbani kwa upande wa food security. Kwa hivyo katika shamba letu tuko na mbegu tofauti tofauti tumepanda. Tuko na rest bed ambayo tunasalisha mbegu ndani yake. Tuko na mbegu ya mito, tuko na mbegu ya mrere, tuko na mbegu ya managu, suta, tuko na saka, tuko na mrere, tuko na mbegu ya salad ambayo sukuma ya zamani, tuko na mabuoni ambayo ni sweet potato aina mbalimbali, tuko na okoa, tuko na ziko hapa chini. Tuko na okoa, tuko na hizi vines za mabuoni, tuko na nduma. Kwa kikundi yetu tumepanda ndizi ya kienyeji. Tuko na sweet potatoes ambazo zinaitwa ilidanganya wa bibi za walimu ya kwamba ni mabuoni, ni scones ambao ndani yake ukikula iko very soft. Hasa bibi ya mwalimu akipata hii nafikia amepata mkate. Tuko na mawele yale ambao ni fupi sana, ukipanda inachukua muda mfupi sana kwa kukua ready ya kuokoa jamii. Ukipanda mwezi wa pili, kifika mwezi wa 5 umesha harvest. Tuko na ile inaitwa nyauranga ambao ndege hawezi kula, hawezi kusumbua. Hata ukipanda eka ngapi utavuna zote 100%, ndege itasumbua. Tuko na mahindi inaitwa kamba 8, imodi. Tuko na yellow maize, sipindi. Tuko na mihogo ambao tunatengenezanga uji. Tuko na unga ya uji ya watoto ambao tumechanganya soya bean, amaranth na sorghum, finger millet. Tuko na unga ya ugali, mihogo na sorghum na millet. Tuko na njugu, CG7, tuko na amaranth, tuko na maragwe, tuko na mabuoni ambayo tumepika. Tuko na munyu msharaka ambao tunapikia mboga. Kama una chumvi nyumbani unaweza tumia hii kwa kupika mboga. Na tena hii mtoto kama ana kikohozi ambao hakiwezi kipona, ukimpatia hii msharaka inarudi nyuma inapona. Kwa hivyo ni local salt tena ni medicine. Tuko na ile pesticide ambayo tuna spray nayo, hatutumii chemical, tunatumia tithonia, pilipili na ile chakula ya sungura kwa kutengeneza pesti zetu za kuspray mboga zetu kwa sababu hatutumii chemicals. Tuko na mihogo sambuli 3, tuko na ile ya kuchemsha ambayo inamaliza miezi 6 iko tayari. Tuko na ingine inamaliza miezi 8 iko tayari, MM series. Tuko na ile ya zamani serere ambayo ukipika iko tu kama mchele. Hapa tuko na ugali ya kienyeji ambayo tumesiaga unga ya mihogo na miogo, sorghum na millet. Tuko na nyama ambayo tumekausha tukapika na munyu mshareka tukaweka ndani yake njugu. Tuko na uji ambao ni ya maziwa mala. Tuko na hizi guards ambao tunatumia kwa kuhifadhi maziwa. Tuko na zile tunahifadhi ndani mbegu kwa sababu mbegu huwezi weka kwa plastic. Tunahifadhi na guards ambao imechanganya hiyo mbegu tumechanganya na jivu ambao tumechoma cow dung mbichi, tunakausha inakauka, alafu tunaichoma inakuwa jivu. Hatutumii acrylic, tunatumia cow dung hash kwa preservation ya seed. Tuko na bambara nut ambao ni marago ya chini. Hii ni ya nguvu sana kwa familia. Kama umepika kidheri na umekoroga na uji, hiyo ni full lunch, watu hawakusumbui. Tuko na soya ambao tunatumia kwa kutengeneza uji ya watoto. Tunachanganya soya na amaranth na finger millet, tunatengeneza uji ya watoto. Tuko na miti pia nyumbani kwetu, lazima tukue na windbreak. Tunapanda hii miti inaitwa mizizi kwa Kizungu misopis, inazuia sana windbreak. Hata kuni kama ni ngumu nyumbani ukisipanda hizi misopis ambayo ni mizizi, ni kuni ya rahisi, inaenda kwa haraka sana. Umepata kuni, kama upepo inapita inaanguka chini. Pia tuko na mgombera ambao ni appetizer kwa watoto wale ambao hawapendi kula chakula, unawatengenezea unawekea kwa uji. Ni booster pia kwa watu wote, wasichana na wavulana, wanaume kwa wamama. Hii mgombera inafanya kazi mingi nyumbani na inaleta upendo sana nyumbani kama mnatumia hii mgombera.
Msikie ni msiende kwa GMO. Tuko na mgombera imetoka Busia County ambao ni original. Msisumbukane sana, network ikipotea mnapata. Halo, tuko na uji. Tumesema uji iko hapa tuna test. Tuko na nyama, tumepika kienyeji. Mwenye anataka ugali ya lunch, tuko hapa na lunch, full lunch. Roasted meat ambayo imepikwa na njugu. Tuko na ugali ambao imepikwa ya maziwa mala. Hata kama utaki kula na nyama na mboga, utaikula tu bure. Tuko na soya ambao utaki kutumia majani chai, unachukua soya, unakaranga, unaisiaga vizuri, unaichunga. Hapa ndio hii. Hata watu wakitaka kutest, unataka test. Tuko na njugu ambao ni ya madoa ambao hii njugu ilitoka Uganda, na njugu hii inamaliza njaa kwa sababu kwa stem yake moja tu inaweka njugu 100. Kwa hivyo sisi katika kikundi chetu tumejaribu, tuko na wimbi ambao tulipata mbegu mbali sana. Hii mbegu ilibebwa na mguu kutoka India. Kwa sababu hatungeweza kubeba kwa sababu hatukuwa na license ya kubeba mbegu, tulibebea kwa socks na tukafikisha Kenya. Tumeizalisha, ni mbegu mzuri sana, inatoshana na mtoto wa futi 3. Ukiwa kwa shamba ukiharvest haikusumbui kuinama. Tena ndege yosi anguka juu yake kaanguka nayo. Tuko na kuku ile ya na lugosi. Toa hiyo kuku nje mama. Hizi ndio kuku sisi tunafuka huko nyumbani, zinasaa sana. Sasa natoa zote. Hizi kuku zinaongeanga kizungu. Haziongei Kiluya wala Kiswahili. Hata ikitaka chakula unajua tukisema tu unaona tu inataka kukula. Tuko na kikapu yetu ya kwenda kwa sokoni ile ya zamani ambao tunaendanga nayo kwa soko kununua vyakula. Kwa hivyo katika kikundi yetu tumefanya kazi, hatukuangi wachafu sana, huwa tunafagia boma yetu na kifagio. Huwa tunafagia sana, hatuwezi kuwa wachafu nyumbani hata tukiwa hapa. Kwa hivyo na tukiwa na njaa sana hatutaki kupika, tunakimbia, tunachoma muhogo. Haraka muhogo tunachoma kwa meko na tunakula. Tuko na videru, sisi hatuwekangi ugali kwa sahani. Ugali yetu ndio hii, mnaweza kuiona. Tumeiweka tu kwa sahani ya kienyeji ambao ni hii. Hii ndio ugali. Na hii ndio fireless yetu tunafunika ndio ikue tu warm. Hata mtu akikuja itakuwa tu ni warm. Ukishika iko tu warm. Na hii ndio sahani yetu tunaweka mboga tukitumia nyumbani. Sasa tuko na hapa kitamaduni yetu ambao msichana akitaka kwenda kuoleka ama kijana akitaka kuoa tunatumia agwada. Mary uko wapi? Mary uko wapi? Mary uko wapi? Kuja hapo. Kuja. Tunatumia hii kwa kucheza, kushika hii. Hii ndio tulikuwa tuna harvest nayo chakula yetu. Hatutumii kisu ya sahi. Hii ndio harvester ambao unaenda tu haraka ukiimba. Nzi ya mumbo, 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 nzi ya mumbo. Yani unaenda nzi ya mumbo. Alafu hii tunaimba msichana akienda kuoleka tunasema bayaye mwana amberi bayaye mwana amberi nesyekhwero mwana amberi newina mwana amberi niwina o mwana amberi nesyekhwero sorera siwabikiro mwana rera siwabikira sorera siwabikiro mwana rera siwabikira Mary rera siwabikiro rera siwabikira sorera siwabikiro mwana rera siwabikira.
Thanks so much, Caroline, for taking us through the kind of seeds, the food, different even serving materials that you have, like traditional calabashes. They're so beautiful, and we appreciate the diversity from your county and the work that you're doing with your group. Ladies and gentlemen, please visit Caroline and our group on this tent, so that now you can get to learn more about what they do in their county and they have diversity, various diversity of scenes that they have here. They have already prepared some food. It's ready for you to come and sample. Feel free to come and sample and get to understand more about how to prepare such foods. And she's ready to teach you and to educate you more about their county and their culture. Now on to the last but not least, would want to know much about the culture practices in the Rakaniti County, the kind of foods that they have, the items that they have, how they prepare the flour, and we'll be ready to learn more about the various scenes and other practices and other items that they have in their culture and how they celebrate it. So I invite Chabari to educate us more about their traditional and indigenous practices, their seed, their cultural practices that is found in the Rakanidi County. Welcome, Chabari.
Thank you so much, Madam. My name is Chabari Zaverio. I work for this organization called Strategies for Agro-Pastoral Development. I'm the director for this organization. Here is I have Mama Iwekoro Chiakarute, she's one of the farmers, and Stella, she's one of the farmers. As Isaac and Gladys here, they're also working with us. We are proud today to show you what we do in Tharaka. We have a diversity of food. Mainly Tharaka is one of the areas that is affected by droughts. When the locusts came in Kenya, Tharaka was the first community also to welcome them. And so we consider our food and the crops diversity. Mainly here, when you see from behind me here, you find so many varieties of millet, varieties of sorghum, varieties of cowpeas. So why we consider so many varieties is because every season has its own challenges. There's a season that we shall have more rains, another season we have less rain. So we understand from the look, the elders could tell from when they look at the universe, and especially in the evening and early in the morning, they could tell us this season, the rains we expect them to be less. So they alert everybody to go for the short range varieties. And so in the millets that we plant, there's a variety here we call Siakaungi. Siakaungi is a variety that matures very fast. Siakaungi matures very fast. Only 1.5 months it's matured. And when it's matured, we know special time like now there's a drought. When they plant this, it will mature within 1.5 months. Then they can start threshing it, and then they feed before the main crops come. Then we have also another variety we call Mogoi. Mogoi requires a lot of rain, but it produces very plenty crops that we harvest in Tharaka. And so we know when we anticipate a lot of rains, we can plant this among very many others. And now one advantage with this Siakaungi, if a mama has given birth, instead of giving her soda, instead of giving her tea, this is prepared. They prepare using this kind of stone. A woman of close to her age will come and start gliding. They will glide this flour, then which is going to be cooked. She will glide, and normally in Tharaka we use gliding stones because the community may not be able to access. And you can hear she's trying to sing. So when this is doing that now, this flour will be used to prepare a porridge that is very, very rich in nutrition. Then they will give that woman who has already given birth, then she will recover very fast. The same case, we have a lot of sorghum and cowpeas. Now, currently, we out of many things that we are getting, we are adding value to millet. You'll find they have prepared a lot of cakes here from millet. They are preparing cakes from sorghum. They are preparing from finger millet. And all of this, they know how they do it. Now, for men, when men were going for hunting, they could prepare a meal from the millet. Because men could go hunting, when they are carrying their quiver with their arrows and their spear at the bow, they actually, there's no time to go looking for food. So what the women are prepared, it was to be put in a gourd like this one. Then they hang it with themselves. Then they go in the forest to go hunting. Now, while they're hunting there, they are, maybe it could be a bad day. They have not gotten anything. They can't go back just empty. They're even better kill a small thing. So they could use what they already have. That meal was prepared from the millet, they could eat it. Now, during millet is also very useful again for the celebrations. Every year in August, there is a lot of circumcision in Itara. Male circumcision goes on. And so when the month is nearing, you will hear men starting singing. And so when you hear a song like this one, you will hear men preparing to go and sing. And you prepare this to tell the community that they are about to circumcise in the next 3 weeks or so. And so now, during their singing, if a man was going to court a girl, and then he realizes this girl is lazy, you will not tell the girl is lazy. You will sing. For example, you sing, Kadanje marwa makembo, Kadanje marwa makembo, Kaba kuinera kanini kega, Kere kuinera mware mochongoro, Mware na ngina chonda ima chongoro, Chiaringa nerwa inchongoro, Chaim, Hey Kadanje marwa makembo. When it was singing, it was meaning, you are better sing for a small beautiful girl than sing for a big girl that is useless. She is useless, her mother is useless, and so community will be useless. That's why we could tell you that where he was going to court that girl, that family could be lazy. Either the girl is not working, and the mother of the girl was not advising the girl to be hardworking. Now, what is holding here, we are using it for scaring away the bands from the millets. Because now the Raka is very rich in millet and sorghum, there are so many bands that they come. So we don't use chemical to spray bands. Instead, we scare. And when you are moving within the farm, you scare, and then when you produce the sound, all the bands will be scared away, and then it will give you peace. Now, how to protect it from the weevils, from the armyworms? There are some herbs that we use. These herbs that are also medicinal on human beings. They are also vegetables. But when you put them in fire, they produce a very rich smoke. And it's very toxic to insects and also some bands. So they will be scared when they leave your millet. That's why we say when you eat the Raka crops, you're eating some of the organic that has never met or intermingled with the chemicals, as opposed to nowadays. Now she's showing here me that this is Mokoyo from Ficus benjaminus family. Ficus, Mokoyo is used for so many treatments. If you are suffering from stomach upsets, maybe you are diarrheaing and there's a lot of pus in your diarrhea, you only mix this one with hot water and drink it for 2 days and you are gone. So in Spain, because the Raka, until today, there are very few hospitals, very few of the centers. People are still using this because now, instead of traveling for 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers to go and look for a health service, you use this one. The same case with this one. This is called motomorande. It's a kind of a root that has grown, and when it's already mature, it turns the color. So they know this one, when you're having a kind of a stomach that is bringing the pain to the back, you mix this and a small soup, mainly from the chicken. Your problem is gone within a day. So you take it today in the evening, in the morning you are cured. So women with your stomach, ukiwa na minyo, amoeba or anything, but you are cautioned. When you prepare this, it's prepared with the flour from the millet, because you can't take more around. If you take it around, it's toxic. So you take it with the flour from here, and you are advised, once you have taken it, you don't travel the following day, because you diarrhea the whole day, and nothing is left in your stomach. So you know your stomach has a problem, ukona minyo, amoeba and others, you don't go to hospital. Actually use this, because even today, even you come to our organization, this is what we are using. Now, motongu, this motongu has two main purposes. Motongu, this is natura. When you see these scenes, we call them, these are the sweets for the gentlemen. You don't use it when you have a boil. Instead, you go to hospital and they cut you, and that's very painful. So you heal the pain from the boil and the wound. You use this one. You just put in the fire. It warms a bit, and then you put the fluid on the boil. Then within 2 days, it will just burst by itself and it will be healed. The roots of this crop or this tree is very important for malaria. It's mixed with this one. Because this is very bitter and it can be poisonous. It's mixed with this one, and also this other. When they are mixed, you use it with the soup, and then we take it within 1 day, and you are done. Now, because of time, I'll not go to all these. Now, I want to talk about the guans because they are also a very important factor in Tharaka. The producer of the guans you are seeing, you can see there's a difference between these other guans and this one. This one has a kinked neck. This is called nchema. It's used for brewing, the traditional brews which men take, and especially during the dawari. Not every time. Kama mnakuja kuleta mahali, wazee wanawekewa hapa, wanakunywa. Hii ni ya kuweka ndani, hii ni ya kutoa. And you see, you find in Tharaka we have so many varieties of this. So we have the bigger ones, smaller ones, all these are varieties, and they are very, very, very important. Now, to prepare the brew, this is Kogeri Africana Morigi. It's used for brewing. We don't use any sugar, but we use the honey. And this is used for covering here. Kama hauna hii kwako, umeenda kinyume ya sheria, na kama ni mwanaume utakuliwa senge, na hiyo hakuna option. So, here, because of time, I will not speak everything. We have varieties of crops that we have grown. Lucky enough, hakuna kitu tumenunua kutoka nje hapa. Yote tumetoa kwa shamba ya organization. And the proof are those photos you're seeing there. They were printed, but then they were coming as a proof. What we have gotten from the farm is what we are bringing. It's a very handy area, but with the water, we are able to produce these. We're able to add value, we produce juice. Now, this, which you call baobab, is able to produce a jam, plain jam, can mix it with honey, and also make a juice from it. So there's no part of this that we're able to lose. And the women, she's reminding me how they store the millet. They don't store millet in the garden bags. They use it on this we call the bean. And we normally make a very big one. Where you have built it is where you come and build the house now later. It's not before that. Now when you have built it, because it can be as high as 8 feet and as wide as 10 feet. You have to, for you to get the millet from there, you use this kind of a container. We call it kauri. It's done. The advantage of storing it here, when it's dry season and there's food shortage, and you have used all millet. When you come down with your kauri again and you put it here without anything, then you from this side, you will be able to get the millet again from the same that was hidden on the bags. So that's why it's gone for the food security. So I wish to thank you so much. She's remaining, but because of time. Hapa tuko na mawe, hii ni ya kuosha. These are ordinary stones. When you use porridge or guel, because you can't put your hand inside, you put water and stones, and then you are able to clean. This is how you clean it, and then you pour. Thank you so much. I will not talk about honey, which we already have. We have beehives. We have a place where we harvest. And I'm also reminded about the value addition of this. These are waste papers, waste polythene papers that are thrown in the compound. When women get them, they weave them in this very smart basket. Hata kinyeshewa iko sawa, si kama hii. Hii kinyeshewa ni shinda. But they also realize that when we kill our animals and we also have, we add value to whatever they are. We make the bags, we make these straps that you can use to carry your bag and the like. So thank you so much for that. Because of time, I'm being sick on that, I can leave it. I'm sorry, this is for gentlemen when we go hunting. And she is telling me to let the lady in blue here to see that improvised cage for chicken. Tunasema watu wa town waseme hawezi lisha kuku sababu ati kuku yako mwenye plot za kufukuza. Aikwambia asubuhi amuka kutoka kwa plot yangu, unaamuka na kuku yako kiwa kwa nyumba. Si ati unaacha, unabeba nyumba na kuku na unaenda. The following morning atakuona kwa jirani na kuku wako bando wale. So thank you so much. I want to challenge you. Kujeni Tharaka muone kitu kiwa real. Kujeni Tharaka muone maneno ikiwa pale. The organizers, Biba, Pelam na ABN next year when you organizing this, kujeni hii kitu yako Tharaka bwana. Watu waone, waache kulepewa kidogo kidogo, waone real, waonje asali, waingie kwa mzinga waumo na nyuki, waone nyuki ni real, nyuki siwe ni artificial. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Chabari. You've heard from the host mouth. You've heard what they have talked about, the rich diversity that they have in Tharaka Nithi County. And they are welcoming you to their tent to get to learn more about their culture, their practices, the scenes that they have, and any other cultural practice that they have, because they have rich diversity. And you've seen they have a lot that they would want to educate us on, but we are not able to do that because we are running out of time. We would want to visit one last, I said this is the last group, but one last group, Baoji, that is from Viga County. They have prepared delicious meals, and they are telling us that our day cannot be complete, or this session cannot be complete if we don't pass by their tent to learn on what they are doing, their practices, because they would want to showcase what they do and invite you to learn more about the diversity in their county. At this point, I will introduce you to Ferdinand, who will take us through and tell us more about what they have here on this, and assure us if it is a replication, a sample that is happening in their county, or this is the life in Nairobi. So please clarify to us and take us through this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and welcome everybody to our stand. This is Biogardening Innovations. We are based in Vihiga. We work in Vihiga and Kakamega, and we have the pleasure to introduce to you some of the foods that we grow. All that you are seeing here is ecologically grown from healthy soils where we've used organic biofertilizers. And I would say we're saving seeds because that is where we start. We have the soil healthy, and then we have the seeds, and then we have the food. So we have a variety of pulses. We have a variety of greens. And in Western Kenya, we are popular with Murenda. We are popular with Tisaka. We are popular with Enderema. And in most places here in Nairobi, maybe you would see this as a weed. But this is a delicacy, especially during the dry seasons. And we have all these grown and with our farmers, and also we have the dishes here prepared. We also have the tubers, and here we have two types of yams. The normal yam, arrowroot that you know, and this is the cocoa yam. We eat the suckers, from the suckers. We don't eat the main. And this is actually considered a drought-tolerant crop. Normally during the dry seasons and during food scarcity, this is actually what used to save people. And sweet potato, a variety of them, we know. Yes? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we have sweet potato, a variety of them in different colors. And this is just a sample that's coming from Western Kenya. We have some of our open pollinated maize varieties, and I think this is important when we are talking about food security right now, and in our country when we are talking about not allowing GMOs to come into our country, because these colors here all mean something. And for example, the taste of these is not the same as this. And I think nature has it in diverse. It's diversity, and that diversity is what actually spices life. And it's important for us to conserve this. So we are conserving this together with farmers and having some seed exchange and the seed banking. We have the sorghum and the millets here, and we have the ugali prepared from sorghum, millets, and cassava. It's here. We also have uji, porridge, it's also here. And some specialty with some of the grains. We have here our traditional cake. This is called a bitata. And it's made when you have ripe banana, it doesn't go to waste. So you mix it with millet flour, sorghum flour, and cassava flour, and you make that cake. So you take just a little of it. Is enough. It's like ugali, tastes like ugali, but slightly sweeter. You don't take so much. Kidogo too, and it's enough. So we also are exhibiting this. And we have our traditional oils. So this is what we're using to flavor, to cook our indigenous vegetables. This is simsim. We grind it on a traditional stone, and then we use in our traditional vegetables. We also have the dishes here, and we also use peanut. Yeah, so we roast it and we grind it, and then we use it as our traditional cooking oil. And that is important because that is what preserves the vitamin in our traditional vegetables. And somebody should not say that our people didn't know. Yes, maybe they didn't have the knowledge, the research that we have right now, but they knew that when you have mafuta ya ng'ombe or this peanut and you put into your vegetables, then you are preserving the vitamin, because that preserves the vitamin. It also preserves the color and gives you the appetite to eat food. So we also have the traditional chicken here, cooked in our traditional pots. These are dried, smoked and dried, and we are using the traditional salt, munyu. So this is our traditional munyu, and this helps to preserve the color of our vegetables, also helps to soften it. It makes it more palatable and tasty. The traditional nyungu here, the taste when we cook our food in our traditional pots is very different when you cook it in our aluminum stuff, and you can taste here just to see the difference. Then here we are blending culture and some modern stuff. We have chapati, and many of our children, we forget them because they like chapati, but they don't like to eat pumpkin. So when we get pumpkin chapati, yeah, they like it. And you get the vitamin in pumpkin into the chapati, and then the family is happy. Yeah, they are available. You will. Yes, and yes, we have here our tea, traditional tea. Leta hiyo kidogo. We call it imbasa. This is a tuber that is dried, and it makes traditional tea. This was just taken as a beverage, yeah? And we're still conserving some of the species, especially our water catchment areas. This is where this imbasa grows. It's good for the stomach, and we can add some appetizer, mkombera in Western Kenya, honestly. If you come to Kakamega, Viga, and you don't eat mkombera, maybe ujafika. Yeah, so we add that into this tea, because mkombera is a tonic, it's an appetizer. So you can add some honey if you want, or you can take it just like that, or some sugar if you like it. And it's a very good tonic, good for your stomach. After you've eaten all this, then you can unateremsha na hii kidogo. Then we also conserve nature, and when we have healthy soils, we also have many of the bioindicators coming with us. We have the termites, different varieties of termites, and some of the termites we have the winged reproductives, chiswa, yeah? So after we conserve our environment, we have chiswa. So chiswa is a delicacy. So this is just a gift from Mother Nature. And another gift from Mother Nature is mushroom. So we have the traditional mushroom, indigenous. So once you have conserved your ecological garden and what, you find that seasonally you have your mushrooms here. So we also have these mushrooms are cooked with, they're usually blended with kunde, and then you have a very nice meal. So you're so much welcome to share with us, to sample some of the foods that we're having here. Karibu sana.
Thanks so much, Ferdinand, for taking us through. Of course, all of us, we've heard that we are running out of time. Not that they are running out of ideas. They have diversity of so many things in their culture in Viga County as biology are doing, and they are ready to take us through. Sorry that we had to cut him short, because now we have another session that is running, was supposed to be running now, but now we have to go to the other side. So we've heard what the diversity that we have, the rich diversity that we have from the various counties that we've been able to speak with. That is now Busia County, Viga County, Marsabit County, Kilifi County. The other one is Kitui County, and other counties that we've managed to speak with. You've heard the rich diversity that we are celebrating today from the communities, from their cultures, the scenes, the kind of food that they prepare, and the reasons as why they prepare those foods, the various serving items, not plastic, not melanin, but traditional calabashes that they use to serve their food. Thanks so much for listening to these sessions. It's not yet over. It's time that is not on our side, but feel free to continue to learn, to visit this tent. even the tents that you've not been able to visit. There's a lot that you can learn from them. Feel free to engage them one-on-one. Get to learn more about the diversity in our cultures, in our various counties, and let's live the story of embracing the diversity, taking care of our soil. You've heard from the Viga County tent here that healthy soils leads to healthy life. And then when we have healthy soils, we have healthy environment, we have healthy plants, healthy humans, then it means that we are living in harmony with nature. As of now, thanks so much. My name is Venta Mogera. I've been the moderator for this session, and I would want to hand over the mic and the program to the MC for the next session. Thanks so much.
Let us appreciate Venta Mongera for that very interesting session. Now we want to proceed for the afternoon session. So DJ, you'll entertain those people that will be still around here with the farmers, because kuna wengine ambao labda hawajaangalia wajue what farmers have to offer. Finalize today's event. We finalize today's events. If you can hear my voice, can we proceed, tafadhali? Can we proceed? Can we proceed to the auditorium? Yes. Yeah. Titi Karondo, 20 sasa. Kina Vaida twende. Sits here, please. Students, just come here. Kujeni mbele hapa. All of you. The African seed, our culture. Okay, thank you very much, DJ. Good afternoon once again. DJ, asante sana. We are running out of time. Now, we want to start the afternoon session, and I want to call upon Mr. Samuel Kiru to take us through the afternoon session for today. I hope Samuel is ready. Let us welcome him with a hearty clap. Bwana Samuel anapokuja. Hapana wanyima yeye makofi. Bwana Samuel. Endelea kupiga makofi anapopanda. Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Samuel. Welcome.
Good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon. I know this is a very difficult and dangerous moment because we've been in the sun the last number of hours. I also imagine that you may have taken a bite, and that means I don't know how many of us were able to eat any of the indigenous foods. You did? Then we are in. Please don't sleep on the speakers. I'm sure they will make it very lively for all of us, because we are discussing a very, very important topic, extremely important. And from your program, you can see it is medicinal foods, food as medicine. And they always advise that you eat your food as medicine, else you'll eat your medicine as your food. For most people that have seen a few decades, most of our wallets do not contain money. Most of our wallets and bags and purses contain medicine. Can improve on our health, and maybe, who knows, we could live longer than we have ever imagined. So I want to welcome you this afternoon. I don't know whether we have reached the evening, but allow me to call it afternoon. And look for the next cow to suck. And that was a life. I remember when we were climbing trees and we would get any egg of any bird, we didn't care which one it would be. We would just eat that egg, and maybe a few rumbling of the stomach, and life would be back, because we were eating all herbs and all fruits from the forest. And I think this exhibition is about that, going back to the basics. This afternoon, I am very, very excited and privileged because the person that is going to talk to us is an icon in this area. He's a professor of horticulture, a researcher in African indigenous vegetables, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Production and Extension at Jomo Kenyatta University. Like that is not enough. He's experienced and internationally recognized leader, scholar, scientist, mentor, and a prolific researcher. Are you following? This is just a tip of the iceberg. He has served as a team leader of over 20 multidisciplinary research projects on agrobiodiversity. So you cannot have any other better person this afternoon, and I want to promise you that you will not sleep. She's involved in conservation efforts of indigenous foods and medicinal plants. That's why we said you eat food as your medicine or for your medicine, lest you eat your medicine as your food. She's a determined promoter of agrobiodiversity and has actively advocated for its strategic repositioning in the horticulture sector for food security, income, and sustainable development in Africa. It's a great privilege for me because about 7 to 10 years ago, I read a similar biography inviting her to speak in a workshop that was held in Nairobi at the Pan-Africa Hotel on food and nutrition. So you can imagine I, Samuel Keiro, having the privilege of inviting this iconic professor of indigenous vegetables a second time. So shall we stand up and give her a loud of applause as we welcome Professor Mary Abuksa Onyango. Karibu. Thank you, Prof. I'm actually wondering where I got all that profile.
I'm wondering where you got it.
I have known you long.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know they are talking that. Good afternoon. How are you? Forget about all he has said and listen to what I'm going to say. So I will ask the technical person to project. As he projects, I want to tell you a story about the real story, not what he has said. When I was born born allergic to animal proteins. So my mother did not know what to do with me. I was supposed to be thrown in the bush if I didn't survive. So my mother used to go to the bush to look for indigenous plants as a food. So she would feed me on those foods. When I was 10 years, I was trying to decide what career I will take. So at that early age, I said, these vegetables my mother feeds me, why can't I do some work on it? So I chose agriculture in my head. So I used to be in 4K clubs and so on. So when I passed and I was to go to university, my teachers, plus my late father, and anybody who knew me, because I was an A student, said you cannot go do agriculture. Agriculture is for poor students. And I told them, if I don't do agriculture, I'm not going to university. I was to go and do medicine. So I said, no, I want to do agriculture. So I'm a doctor of African indigenous vegetables. So that's my story. That's the real story, not the one the chairman is telling you. So out of that, I developed an interest. I made a covenant with God that you saved my life using indigenous vegetables. So I'm going to work on these vegetables so that any other person, not necessarily one who is suffering or having allergic, but any other person can benefit from these vegetables. Because I said, these vegetables must be having something. If I lived on these vegetables, if you live on these vegetables, and I'm able to go to school, and I was a top student, because most of the doctors and people are saying you will not develop, your brain will not develop properly, you're not eating meat, you're not eating eggs, you're not eating these things, so you'll never develop. But I say that if I've developed eating indigenous vegetables, that means there must be something there that makes you develop. I'm just a living example, I don't know the science, all the science. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Chair, I don't know if we can be projected or they're having technical problems. I can continue talking. Can please project my presentation? Okay, it will come. I will just continue talking. Being a teacher, I can just talk, listen to me. Today, I'm going to give you an overview of African indigenous vegetables research for nutrition, health, and wealth. Nutrition, health, and wealth. Now, there is one of the programs I've seen. It says, let food be thy medicine. Let food be thy medicine is a statement that was said by Hippocrates, an old philosopher. He's called the father of modern medicine, the medicine I refuse to go and do, but I'm still meeting him because I think food is your medicine. So though I didn't go to do medicine as a doctor, but I'm a medicine person because I'm promoting foods that will heal you. Now, what contributes to health? There are various things that contribute to good health. One is your behavior. 50% of your health depends on your behavior. 20% depends on your genetics. The other 20% depends on environment, and 10% depends on the doctor. You have to go to the doctor. So actually 50% of the time, you are in control of your health. So your health starts with many things. What does health entail? It entails, one, trust in God, according to me. Two, fresh air. Fresh air comes before food because you can do without food for a day, but you can't do without air for even a second, or I don't know what the threshold is. Water, then water. So you can stay without food for a longer time, but water is also important. Then food. So food comes number 4. And then rest. Some of us work day and night. You cannot get good health even if you eat well. So rest, make sure you have enough rest. Then you have to have temperance, self-control. Don't take drugs, don't eat things that are not good, including bad food, which I will mention in a moment. And then exercise. Exercise doesn't mean you go to the gym. It means use your limbs, walk. I mean, just move. Just moving from the bedroom to your sitting room, going to the kitchen. Don't just sit on watching TV the whole day and with chips or whatever you take, or popcorn. That's not good. So we're talking about move. Every day you must move from one place to another. So sometimes some of us get out of the car or the house, go to the car, go to the office, enter the car, and go back. That's not good. And then the other one is sunshine. Mutoke kwa nyumba muende mkae kwa sunshine. So it's actually a whole package. You don't just say eating vegetables you'll be good. No, you must do all of them. So if you do all these things, then you'll have ideal health. In my presentation, I know it's not showing, that I've shown how you look like when you eat particular foods. So if you're eating more of processed foods, your health is very poor. If you're eating natural foods, more vegetables and fruits and nuts, they're on top of the list. Of course, after air, water, and others. So you know about Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17, but there's 2 that I want to talk about. Number 2 says end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition. Promote, that's what goal number 2 says. Goal number 3 says ensure health, lives, and promote well-being. Vision 2030 of Kenya says Kenya government has looked into what they want the population to be like in the Vision 2030, and the outgoing government had focused on Big 4. We don't know the new government if it will continue on the Big 4, but the Big 4 includes food security. If you look at food security includes good nutrition and healthy lives. What are the consumption habits of you and me in Kenya? 60% of calories are from 3 crops, also internationally. You know them: rice, maize, and wheat. Mukate kila siku na chapati munakula. But what about the others? Well, earlier we talked about the super sorghum. Many of the foods, so long as they diversify, they are super. So long as they are original, they are super. What about the indigenous? First of all, when the government talks about food security, it's talking about maize, maize and beans. What about traditional foods, fruits, vegetables, nuts, root, and legumes? Okay? The other thing I know you do, and sometimes I know people who do, I would have done it if I was eating meat. You have unhealthy eating habits. I want to say we Kenyans. Anybody who comes to Kenya and just attending another conference at Gigiri, at ICRAF, and you say, we'll take to nyama choma. That is what we pride ourselves in, but it is actually not the best foods, not for frequent consumption. We eat too much sugar, and we eat too much processed foods. As much as preservation is good, the best food is the original food. Chair, why is my presentation not being shown? I'm now on slide number, I don't know what. It's good I printed something. If it's not there, then I can just continue like that, because there's someone that pictures, so talking is okay, but I had pictures to show. So is there a problem? Chair, help me there, but we'll continue talking. If they come, I'll just show you through them. So then preservatives, you know when you have processed food, you have preservatives. We are eating inadequate amounts of fruits and vegetables. How does your plate look like? When you have a plate, half the plate should be vegetables. Maybe divide between fruits, protein, and starch, and good fats. They are good fats. The nuts, the good fat. Things like avocados. So let your plate be a half vegetables. Why I have put a half vegetables? Because fruits have issues. If you eat too much fruit, the sugar, and sugar has issues. So number one is the vegetables, and especially indigenous vegetables, organic vegetables. Now there is the amount of vegetables you need to eat for you to be healthy, but we are not eating enough. Most Kenyans and many Africans, and we have it, I don't know, they eat other things that are not adequate. But because of that, we have what we call triple burden of malnutrition. We have undernutrition, like wasting and standing. We have overnutrition, we call it overweight or obese, and hidden hunger, where there's inadequate micronutrients. You don't get enough of the vitamins and micronutrients, like micro elements. Because of that, 40 to 60% of under fives are suffering from vitamin A deficiency and iron deficiency in Kenya and across Africa. Obesity is becoming an epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa, even in poor populations, because of poor eating habits, especially eating less vegetables. We feel at times a lot of starch, a lot of sweet things, and they make us gain a lot of weight. Now, what I would like you to do is to find out where you stand, because change starts with us. There's a measure, I don't know how objective it is. You must know your body mass index. Your body mass index, you should take your weight in kilograms, divide by your height in meters squared, and find what your body mass index is. If it's below 19, you are underweight. If it's between 20 and 25, you are normal, you're okay. If it's 25 and to 30, you are overweight, and if you're above 30, you are obese. So start there. If you have those figures, start working on them. Just simple. You don't have to go starve yourself. You don't have to go to the gym. You just start eating more vegetables, less starch, eating vegetables, and good fat, especially nuts. And that will be the number one. If you do exercise and you still eat a lot of starch and these other foods, you will not lose weight. So weight is important in terms of good health. So these vegetables, indigenous and others, especially organic vegetables, they'll make you lose weight or maintain the weight at optimal level. Now, because of overweight, which is estimated to be about 10% of the population in Kenya being overweight, including young children, you find that overweight contributes to 44% of the diabetic cases, not all, but because of the overweight, you are most likely to have diabetes, and then heart diseases, 22%, 23%, and some other complications like cancer and heart diseases, it contributes also. So if by just cutting down your weight, by eating more vegetables and less of these other sweet things you are eating, you're already treating yourself and making yourself healthy before even you go to hospital. Because we said 50% is you to make yourself healthy before you even go to hospital, so it's only 10% contribution to your health. Now, you find Africa is very rich in what we call horticultural biodiversity. We have a diversity of all sorts of foods in terms of, someone talks about even animals, plants, but I'm more focused on plants or crops because the animals have not exploited them because God chose for me not to exploit animals. But then we have a lot of fruits, we have a lot of vegetables, we have a lot of fruits, we have a lot of other indigenous foods. But when I would like to talk about African indigenous vegetables, we have a lot of them. Some of them are becoming extinct. But why is it that we are not eating these vegetables? But first of all, what is the advantage of these vegetables? There are several advantages of these vegetables. One, they are very nutritious. Two, they provide fiber that helps the digestive system. Some of the herbalists here will tell you if your digestive system is clean, it contributes to your health. Actually, disease starts in the stomach. According to that Hippocrates, the disease starts in the stomach. So long as you don't have frequent bowel movement, you are actually becoming sick. You are sick. In fact, the fact you don't go to the toilet, I'm going to say, for one day, you are already becoming sick. So by eating vegetables, especially indigenous vegetables with high fiber, you reduce putting on weight. It has come. Just move on. I've moved on. Just stop there. So these are the vegetables. Next. This is just the diversity I talked about. We have rich diversity. Next. These are the vegetables, some of them that we have. You can see managu, you can see jute malo, you can see murenda and jute malo, na malenge. Next, please. Thank you for trying. And then this is now where I am. You see the vegetables can help reduce malnutrition that we talked about, the triple burden of malnutrition. It contributes to reduce incidence of diet-related diseases, which are diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and heart diseases. All of those are related to our diet. Then provide essential micronutrients, vitamins, and essential vitamins like iron and calcium. Others, they bring in income. Some of them are climate change resilient, and they have high antioxidants. So those are some of the advantages. Apart from just being nutritious, they have other advantages. Next, please. So this slide, though it's overflowing, what I'm going to show in this slide is that if you compare African indigenous vegetables and conventional vegetables, the African indigenous vegetables have a competitive advantage. If you look at protein, calcium, iron, whatever, if you look at the upper figures, they are higher than the lower figures, though they are hidden there behind the chair. So we are saying that the AIVs, or African indigenous vegetables, have a competitive advantage in terms of nutrition. Next. Thank you, Chair. You can thank you so much. So for example, look at iron. Look at the top ones. You just look at the figures up and down. Relatively, in general terms, the indigenous vegetables have more of the micro elements and vitamins compared to the conventional ones down there. So that's a fact, a scientific fact. Next, please. Now, to hammer the point home, the amount of vegetables you need to get what we call the daily requirement, for example, for iron. So you have to eat about 2 kilos of cabbage to get that. But if you look at Murenda, jute malo, you also need 137. So that shows you that you eat less of Murenda, but you get what's required. For cabbage, actually cabbage, especially the new varieties, what we call hybrids, they actually focused more, the research focused more on the productivity, increasing the yield, but at the disadvantage, at the advantage, taking, at the expense of the nutrients. So this is scientific work which has been done in World Vegetable Center. They have compared some of the vegetables, indigenous, particularly put their jute malo, because many young people don't want to eat murenda because they say it's slimy and it's not good. It's the best in terms of nutrition. So are you choosing the good one which look good but they are just water and fiber? Or do you want to eat one which is fiber, water is there, but also nutrients, dense? Next, please. So just continue, just click all the, continue clicking. Continue, please. Yeah, just continue until all is full. So this just shows constraints. But if all these things are good, why are we not eating? For me, the first problem is negative mindset. I don't know, we Africans, we look down upon ourselves, we look down upon our medicines, we look down upon our foods, we look down upon our skin, we look down upon our what? You did not know. Why does the world hate Africa? Because the dark skin is a jewel. Dark skin has advantages. Did you know that civilization started in Africa? Did you know, up to now, nobody knows how the pyramids were built? Did you know that man, if you look at the science, some even people want to think that Israelites were black. God, Jesus was black. I don't know. That's a subject. But there's a lot of resources in Africa. And that's why, even if you look at other things like, what is it called? This iron, these things we mine, like gold, all these are there in Africa. But why is it that we are not taking advantage of it? We've been told that Africa, you are black, your foods, everything is backward, and you believed it. Next. So that's the first one. The rest are they're just there. But the main thing is mindset. And then being brainwashed. And then following things that are failed in other countries. Okay, next. So what is it? So we've been doing this research since 1991. Like the chairman said, first at Maseno University, now at JKUAT. Next. This is some of the things, some of the researchers have done. The ones among the 20 he mentioned or beyond. Next. These are the areas we covered. We looked at everything. You know, when you do research, you don't just say, I'm looking at this sector. You have to have holistic. So we have what we call multidisciplinary, involving everybody, starting from the farmer, the old and the young, indigenous knowledge. Then we went to the lab. Then we went to the policymakers. We took it all along because you cannot succeed if you don't take everybody along. I think my friend, Dr. Mokaya said, if we want to go far, go with others. So we moved in this project with everybody. Next. And out of that, we identified the key vegetables in Africa, because this work was done not only in Kenya, but in Africa. So we did one EU project. We identified the different vegetables in Eastern Africa, Western Africa, and Southern Africa, as shown there. Next. So this is some of them. I hope you know some of these, especially the youngsters. I hope you know these vegetables. Next. So someone in the morning session said, why is it that when something comes up, people know about it and don't know others? It's advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. Advertisement. Why does the whole world know about Coke? It's not because the best drink, it's because it is, people talk about it. So if we can just say, we start mtandao wa kusema, have you eaten your vegetables today? We can start, we don't have to go to TV or whatever, just with the cell phone. We can just say, in the morning I wake up, I call my friends, have you eaten your vegetable today? So it is us. Start with yourself. What can you do? So we start talking about indigenous foods. So me, I will talk about indigenous vegetables. Me, I will talk about mrenda. So talk about what you think that help you grow up. So it's advocacy. We did everything in advocacy. I still do it up to today. Up to last week, I think I was on TV talking about how African Indian vegetable can help with the drought. So whatever I'm given an opportunity, I will always talk. Next. Next, please. Some of the research we have done just showing how we can preserve the vegetables by drying. Next, please. We compared tomatoes, kales, sukuma wiki, and amaranth, terere, just to show when you dry it, how much do you lose? Because they are nutritious, but when you dry them, what do you retain? So we have shown vitamins, you lose a lot of it. You retain 28 to 27%. The minerals, you retain a lot. And then we have phytates, oxalates, and nitrates, which are anti-nutrients. And then carotenoids, which are phytochemicals you retain. So when you dry, of course, the ideal way is to eat something raw or minimal processing, but sometimes it's a necessary evil. When you do that, you lose a bit of the nutrients. So we did that, and we showed we can still dry and still get something good out of the vegetables. Next. Now this area I want just to say in a simple way, this is what we call antioxidant activity. Basically, all vegetables and fruits have what we call antioxidant activity. In simple terms, when you eat the vegetables, they have phytochemicals that bind oxidants or uchafu kutoka kwa mwili. So long as that, what we are eating doesn't have other chemicals, that's why if it's organic, it helps to clean the system. And we measure this in what we call antioxidant activity. So we measured that, it shows the ability of the vegetables. We compared tomato, kale, sukuma wiki, and amaranth. So the highest was amaranth, which is an indigenous vegetable. So we are saying that these vegetables, you eat them, if they are organic and they don't have chemicals, they have an ability to clean your system so that they inactivate any uchafu or any oxidants that are in the body that cause other diseases, like we saw cancer and so on. So they have that ability. So that's already cleaning, that's already medicinal. You see, we're eating as food, but they're cleaning your system. Next. Recipe development. Some people say they don't know how to cook. We have recipes, we have information about recipes. Even in my stand there, there's a book on recipes, and I think Dr. Mokaya during the panel discussion will show you some of those books that we have. Next. Capacity building is also a very important activity. Curricular development, because I remember when I was going through the university, nobody taught me about indigenous vegetables. I learned about cabbage, carrot, everything else. But now we have actually put it in the curricula in many of the universities in Kenya. At the undergraduates, we've worked with the World Vegetable Center, which promotes indigenous vegetables. And then we have trained farmers. We have even trained and promoted these vegetables with policymakers. I remember the policymaker dialogue we had in 2007. Thereafter, soon we started focusing, the government started focusing on indigenous vegetables, even research, Calro. I was part of the prioritization of the indigenous of research. So we've made a lot of strides in Kenya and Tanzania and other countries. Next. Of course, you talk about scientific papers. That's not enough. So I went further to simplify all this information into leaflets so that anybody can be able to read, understand, and apply the knowledge. Next, please. Seed supply system, I think we've talked about this in the morning. We have also worked on seed support system so that this seed can be available. There is one of the tents. Tomorrow we shall have some seeds. You can look at them. Today we are not able to show. We just have the books there so that you can see what we have. These seeds, go ahead. Next, please. These seeds, I'll talk about it later, they have been actually been registered by KEFIS. Now there is conservation through building botanic gardens, like in Maseno. When I was there, we have preserved some of the vegetables. We have also contributed this seed to our gene bank. I think is here to confirm that we have done that. So we need to conserve these indigenous seeds before even we do much so that we don't lose it. Next. Mentoring. I see very young people here. Mentoring is very important. Mentoring from your house to the school to wherever you are. I say this because many young people don't want to eat these vegetables in terms of the attitude they have, but then you have to mentor by doing. Secondly, many people didn't want to work on these vegetables as research, but through our universities, we encourage students to work on these vegetables, and many of them have come up, and a lot of research has been done so far, at least on indigenous vegetables. Next. So out of this, we find that out of the research, we have had quality seed approved by KEFIS, jute mallow, leaflets, and others, how to plant. We have crop farmers, increased productivity, and we have products and recipes. Next, please. So these are the varieties that I registered with KEFIS in 2016. We are in the process of rolling them out. There are 9 varieties, and these are actually not hybrids. They are just selections. The tail end of registering a seed quality, and I did this deliberately because I did not want to change the genetic makeup of the original vegetable. So they're just cleaning up and making them their uniform, as you talked about, but there was no genetic crossing of the original collections. Next. So out of this, Nature, someone talked about Nature, is one of the great international magazines. I think they found, like many of you have found me on the internet and see what we are doing, and they came all the way to Kenya to talk about this. But I was very careful because anything good in Africa is not always stolen to go somewhere else. But they talked about indigenous vegetables. I told them what we've done, and for the purpose is to make people sensitive, to know about it so that we can export some of these vegetables to those countries to earn us some money. So I believe that African indigenous vegetables can help us achieve a lot of Sustainable Development Goals and Vision 2030. Next. That one is a picture. Some of you are there. We put this information in simple publications. So we have a publication we've done, not for academic purposes, but for the practitioners. We have a production and marketing of African indigenous vegetables for extension workers. We launched this at C-Shape. I think you saw Esther was here this morning. We went and launched that book there. I think she's the one there with me. And then down there, I think some of you, Mokaya is there, people who are there. The book is available on my stand. A few copies are there, but if you want a copy, we have also soft copies. We have copies we can share online. It just shows simple ways of which you can be able to grow vegetables of your own. And then also recently, we released a book on recipes, Amazing Amaranth Recipe Book. It just came out this year, and we have copies there also, just very simplified. Mokaya will show you. I have given my copy, and we have a copy outside here, so you can learn how to cook simple recipes. Then we've done commercialization with National Museums of Kenya with a special project, Dr. Taracha, Natural Products Initiative, Industry Initiative, where we are going to counties. We've done several counties. We've done Vihiga County, Kakamega, Kiambu. As I speak now, they are in Kisii, just to commercialize, to make them that these vegetables can bring in money. Because for you to be healthy, if you don't have money, that creates stress. So we want also to be a bit wealthy in terms of you can be able to do your stuff. You can sell the vegetables and get some little money. Next. Next, please. Next. So my conclusion is that there is undisputable and significant link between food, nutrition, health, and wealth. Because the first wealth is your health. Because if you're not healthy, you're not wealth. You can have billions of shillings if you're not healthy. So wealth is connected to we are being healthy. African indigenous vegetables must be exploited. We have no choice. We just must exploit, among other indigenous foods, for nutrition, for health, for wealth, for prosperity in Kenya and beyond, for sustainable development. Next, please. So I've been selling to my idea. First, I've already got the ex-president. I hope I'll be able to reach the current president to give him a basket of vegetables, so at least he knew there's existing something in our country. And actually there I gave him a basket of seeds, and I gave him some plants, and I don't know if it's planted or it was thrown, but I believe that at least in his memory he remembers. So we must talk to everybody, from the farmer you saw and up to the policymakers. Next, please. Next. So we must focus. Someone talked here in the morning about children and women. For example, children, this is at the cost. We are promoting these vegetables. When you tell a child, you do this, they are very good change agents. So we have to focus on them. I've changed even families through primary school children. We focus on women because when you educate a woman, you educate a nation or a household. Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you. I hope I didn't take more than 25 minutes. Thank you for listening to me. And I'm sorry about the technical, but it's part of it. So I was told you have always be prepared. If these things can fail anytime. So thank you, Chairman.
So maybe as you are here, we need to give a better clap to Professor for the job well done. So shall we give him 5 factorial? Yes, so 5 factorial starting now. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
We're most grateful.
So I can sit, no questions.
Now you sit there.
Oh.
What you do, arrange the seat.
So as they close, there's so much information. If you get in touch with me, like there's a lady from Muranga, wherever, I've been talking to everybody. I talk to anybody. I'm online. I am physical. You can talk to me on phone. You can get my contact so that we promote these indigenous vegetables and other indigenous foods. I'm telling you, I'm one of the top scientists in Africa, not in Africa, in the world, and I just ate indigenous vegetables. I didn't eat meat and those other things you are eating. So that means those vegetables have something. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I beg that we don't ask Professor questions. She becomes one of our panelists, so that all the questions then we'll be able to ask all the panelists together there. Is that all right? So she has talked about indigenous vegetables, and the fair is about indigenous seeds. You cannot have those vegetables without seeds. So as you're producing the vegetables, we'll produce the seeds, and so that we are still within our mandate this afternoon, or this exhibition, a 3-day exhibition. We want to get to the next session because of our time, and we want to get the panelists with us this afternoon. And this is Madam Harriet Chebet. Is she in? She in the house? Harriet Chebet. Lydia Matoke. Yes, she's here, our mom. When we were going for lunch, she told me she doesn't have children, she has adults. Thank you. Shall we give a clap to Madam Matoke as she comes? And then we have Fred Othiambo from Ogress. Is Fred around? Oh, yes. Give a clap to Fred as he comes. Dr. Peter Mokaya. Shall we give a clap to Peter Mokaya, even as he comes to in front here? We want to have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion will be led by none other than our leader for this expo, or this food fair, and this is Dr. Paris Kariuki, who is going to take off. She doesn't want me to talk about her. And you know she can never talk about herself. She's a senior research scientist at the National Museums of Kenya, and she has great knowledge on indigenous knowledge. Did you hear what I said?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kalo, and thank you all. Good afternoon. How are you? Have you had any indigenous food this afternoon? What did you eat? Can you tell your neighbor? And use the local language, because that is one way of conserving the knowledge.
They are lying.
Yes. So, thank you all. So this afternoon, I don't know whether it's already evening, we want to talk about medicinal foods. And Professor Abukta has already talked about indigenous foods or indigenous vegetables for health and wealth. And sometimes you wonder why we focused on the vegetables. It is because sometimes they are neglected and sometimes they are not given the attention that other food groups are given. And that is why we chose to have a keynote presentation on indigenous vegetables. So, during this panel session, why did we think about it, even amidst the overall theme of indigenous seeds and food culture harvest festival? It's because we know that through food, we can be healthy and wealthy, and even taking it from a very simplistic point of view is that it is easier to eat food other than to buy medicine or even go to hospital, because we know that nowadays we are going to hospital for everything and all things, including what our forefathers and even our own parents did not go to hospital for. So during this panel, we wanted to focus on me. And at the end of the panel, we would want you as an individual to pick something that will be useful to you as a person, so that it's not an academic exercise. Professor Abukta said that change comes through me or through you as an individual, because you'll be able to translate what you do. Then once you do, it will be very visible in your home or in your family, and it will go on to your children, and then it will be very catalytic. I am Kikuyu, but my late mother never used to eat omena. So we took on a mashemeji in the Lake region, so we got to know how to cook it. So through inducting her, she was able to change, and we were able to learn a lot about indigenous vegetables and their benefits. So let what we learn bring change in ourselves and in our lives, and let us preach it like we believe in it, because sometimes what we do, the choices we make do not speak to what we believe in. So let this be a time of reflection of me, you, and others on how we are taking food as medicine, and also not just food, but look back and see what is the potential that we have, even in the tonics and other things that were taken previously in maintaining our health and our well-being. So I welcome you to be with us, and we have a rich panel here with me, and unfortunately, I want to confess that we don't have enough time, but I know these are wise men and women who will be able to maximize on the time we have so that we have great impact. So I want you to welcome Professor Mary Abukta Onyango with a clap. Dr. and herbalist Lydia Matoke, Dr. Fred Mokaya. And as you can see in our panel, there is succession. So we have with us Mr. Fred Odhiambo. Yes, in my language we say that if you see a panel that only has the seniors, they should have all they should have all the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, like that, because there is succession. It means that this indigenous knowledge is going to move far because we have some young ones and the middle-aged and all ages. So this afternoon, I want to give an opportunity to the panelists to introduce themselves in 1 minute, and then after introducing themselves, I will request each to give us opening remarks by defining what are medicinal foods. Yes, what are medicinal foods? Even as you say your name and where you work. We will skip Professor Abukta. We will go to Madam Lydia Matoke.
How are you all? Good afternoon. As you have heard, I'm called Lydia Matoke. I would request for 3 more seconds so that I can give a better introduction. I'm not just called Dr. Lydia Matoke. I would like to incite the mothers who are here, mentioning about indigenous knowledge, which brought me up. I was born a premature, 6.5 months. I was brought up under stone, the Chikoni stone, wrapped in banana leaves, and being given traditional medicine, which was brewed from nderema and pineapple as a fruit to sweeten, and it was added pumpkin leaves. I survived. At the age of 33, I got cancer of the breast. Now I'm 68 years, so you can calculate and see how many years I have survived breast cancer. That is what will give my definition for traditional foods and traditional medicine. I went through surgery, I went through chemo, I went through radiotherapy. I saw myself out of the bank being an accountant with a letter from Kenyatta Hospital that she should go home and rest because she can no longer work. How am I here today? The definition of traditional foods is my medicine. The definition of traditional medicine is my food.
Please pass it on to Fred. Oh.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm happy to be here and to introduce myself in a very special way. My name is Odhiambo Fred, the way it has been mentioned. Where I come from is Nyanza, from your information. I love what I do because what I do is health. To start with a very short story, I suffered typhoid in the year 2014. And when I went to the hospital 3 times, they were not able to help me. So I started doing research on herbs. And I was able to get different remedies from both herbs and food. And from that time, 2014 until now, I've never go back to the hospital because I know what to eat and how to eat it and what to do about my health. So just like my mentor here will always say, my health is my first wealth. So Today, we are talking about food. And food is what we consume to go into our stomachs and even build our bodies, which means we are what we eat. If you eat healthily, you live healthy life. To do a definition of food as medicine is just a reaffirmation that food and nutrition plays a role in sustaining health, preventing diseases, and as a therapy for those with conditions or in situations responsive to change in their diet. So what you eat is what you become. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, Dr. Mokaya.
Yes, thank you, Fred. Thank you, Dr. Matoke. And thank you, Prof. Those who know me know that I need maybe an hour or two to share what is in this head. And that's why they call me Dr. Organic. I have traveled from Uganda, where my boss lives and works. That's my wife. That's the only boss I have. And she told me, you remember, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So please, listen as twice and talk less because it's 1 mouth. And I'm going to try because that's my biggest weakness. Since everyone has said a story about their relationship with food, let me start by a story that links myself and Professor Onyango. If you look at us carefully, you realize that we are probably about the same age. We were in college at the University of Nairobi at the same time, and it's true she qualified for medicine, which I did, and she went to do agriculture, which in terms of ranking was a little lower, blah, blah, blah. Little did we know that later on in our careers, just a few years, I won't tell you how many years, but she's a full professor, you can calculate and see roughly what her age bracket is. We are very young. Now I realize there are students here from the School of Nursing, so I will try and really say less and listen more. So what is our relationship? Our relationship is that we come from the same spiritual or Christian affiliation. I won't say which one, but those of you who read widely about lifestyle, that particular religious affiliation is associated with longevity. And longevity, the blue zones, the young people here, Google the blue zones. That is the only group in the US that has been found to be associated with wellness, Fred, and longevity. That secret did not include the African cluster. Because, like Prof said correctly, for some reason, melanin is feared. The original human being, this is scientific fact, has a lot of melanin. So was King Solomon, so were the Jews, but that's a story for another day. Before I say my other name and what else I do, let me just correct one mistake. Prof said that food is medicine, and this was allegedly, again, plagiarization, said by a Greek philosopher known as Hippocrates, who is referred to, listen to this, as the father of modern medicine. He said, and if I say this, I could stop here, that let food be your medicine. And if you don't do that, then you're gonna eat pharmaceuticals as your medicine. That, good people, is the reason why I traveled from Uganda to come and identify myself with you, that indeed we Africans must protect our seed heritage, our culture, and our health with our lives. And if you know what I mean. Let me not go into GMOs right now. That's a discussion for the day. But I haven't said where the correction is. The man who actually made that statement and taught hypocrites was an African. How many of you know him?
Who?
Imhotep. Come on, guys. I see students of nursing here. Read your African history yourselves. Imhotep, the guy who was a bloody genius, who knew about pyramids, astrology. He was a black African like us. Madam
Yes.
Paris.
Yes, thank you.
So let me just finish. Let me say my name.
Define,
My
thank
name
you.
is Itara.
Define medicinal foods. Introduce yourself and define medicinal
the name
foods.
is Peter Ogera Mokaya. I'm a public health physician, CEO of Organic Consumers Alliance, a member of PIBA, of PELAM, a member of AFSA, and a member of the East African and the Kenyan Non-Communicable Diseases Alliance, and many other titles. But the key thing here I want to summarize by saying is that we will try and share with you the link between seed, traditional foods, especially vegetables, and our health, especially the cancers, the diabetes, obesity, blood pressure. I'm not sure, Madam Paris, that we'll have enough time to discuss that. Yeah. We may have to organize another session specifically for moi, but for now, I think I will stop here with all due respect and hand over the mic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokaya. You will have some other time to talk about that. And I want to begin by requesting that Professor Abukta tells us the importance of food in growth and development of the young. Dr. Matoke will talk about palliative care, and Fred Odhiambo, I'm looking for the indigenous name, Odhiambo, will talk about how we can enrich our foods using the various ingredients that are available. We said in this session, we won't take homes. We don't just want to hear and talk. We want to know what we are going to apply to make a difference in our lives, in the lives of those we love, and pass on that knowledge. So we are here to mine from you because you are experts in your own right on what we can do. And then Dr. Mokaya will talk about the link between diet or food and the prevalence, the current prevalence of NCDs in Kenya. So thank you very much. I will allow Daktari, because she said she was brought up, they were brought up on traditional on traditional foods. Yes, mrenda na saga na ingine. So Daktari, briefly just tell us in 3 minutes, because our time is far much spent, on the importance and significance of food and the various nutrients that are available. You can focus on the vegetables. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. If you look at any organism, including man, we were created, or I believe in creation, and if you allow me, let me quote Genesis 1:29. God created you and knew for you to grow, develop, and achieve your optimal development. You must have something to eat. So he defined which foods we are supposed to eat, and I think originally we were supposed to be plant-based consumers. In fact, all organisms, all plus lions, were supposed to be eating plants, but somewhere along the way, we lost the way and started eating each other, like eating other animals. But to answer your question, Chair, is to say that every organism or any operating, either living organism or even a machine, has operating minimum requirements for you to operate optimally. So is the human body. The human body must first of all grow by multiplication of cells. So you need food nutrients of various categories. You will need the starch for energy, or carbohydrates if you like. You need the proteins for growth. You will need the good fat, because many times we leave out the fat. The fat has a part to play in the body. And we have the vegetables and fruits. If you remember your primary science, they said, if you look at the foods, there's what we call protective foods. Protective foods. And I want to say this today, that you can live on fruits and vegetables and still live well, because once you have that, because the vegetables are protective, but they also have all these other components. Every food has a bit of everything, especially the vegetables have a bit of everything. But then, that having been said, I said earlier that you must eat enough of it. So what has happened is you must eat enough vegetables and the others. But I want to emphasize that vegetables are very key from my experience and from what I have read, because I'm a plant scientist and I've read about the different foods and so on. So these foods actually are supposed to help you grow, develop physically, and develop qualitatively in terms of your brain and in terms of your every aspect of your life, how you think and so on. And we find out that there are some nutrients that you need in small quantities, like vitamins and minerals. And although they are needed in small quantities, they will affect your development if you don't have enough. Some of them, we call them empty calories. Empty calories means that you have food that you're just filling your stomach, but it's not helping you grow. So that's why as you grow, or as you choose the food you're going to eat, you must choose the food that will help you grow qualitatively and quantitatively. And from where I sit, from my experience, we must put vegetables first, fruits, nuts. Actually, we can do without carbohydrates because they're just starch. You should eat minimal starch as much as possible. Put vegetables, they fill your stomach, and eat a little of the starch, because when you eat a lot of starch and a lot of protein, that's when we have a lot of problems, because the more, if you overeat proteins and the starch, you have problems of digestion, of lifestyle diseases. That's how you put on weight. Actually, the starch that makes, it's not the fat, it's the starch, not the good fat. It's the starch that makes us put on weight. So for us to develop Chair and the audience, you must choose your food carefully. I know there's a lot of information out there about nutrition and so on, how you eat. It's all about what are you eating, how much are you eating, when are you eating it, what is the result of it. So it's not about just the food you choose. So I used to, who said we must eat 3 meals a day? Sometimes you eat breakfast, by lunchtime, you are still full, you are eating. Never eat food if you are still full, because that's when the stomach clogs up and all diseases, the medical doctor will tell you, emanate from inefficient digestive system. From where I sit, that's what I say. I'm not a nutritionist, I'm just talking about from my research and from what I know and from my experience. Thank you.
I know Madam Matoke did not say that she has a herbal clinic where she manages people in Nakuru, and that she's the chair of the Herbalist Society of Kenya. So in palliative care, Madam Matoke, I want you to share with us how diseases are managed using herbal medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I say anything, I say thank you to my mentor. I call her my mentor without her knowing, because she's the one who gave me a challenge once. We were presenting papers together. Then from that function, I went and enrolled. I said I must also get to understand the scientific part of the plants that I use. So I went back to class at my old age, and I did my herbology and phytotherapy, but she has never known that. It is out of her challenge, so she's my mentor. I'm the president of the Herbal Society of Kenya. And in herbal medicine, we don't only deal with traditional medicinal plants. We deal with food, especially indigenous foods, the African indigenous foods. And most of us, we deal with our indigenous medicines, although, like in any other profession, there are some who buy and sell from outside Kenya, but we, the Herbal Society of Kenya, we work with different institutions, and we want to enlighten people, give them enough information about herbal medicine. We really advocate for the original seed, the original indigenous plants of our land. And that's why we want to protect the seed, which actually our grandparents used when they were bringing us up. Why Hope Natural Health Care Center? That is my institution in Nakuru, and it is well known for palliative care for cancer patients. I gave my brief story, and that is what made me to start an alternative healthcare system in Kenya, even before I went outside the country for learning. What we do there, we receive patients. Actually, from 1994 to 1988, 1994 to 1998, we had about 72 cancer patients who came in for consultation. Between 98 to 2004, the number increased up to 320. So I was asking myself a question: how many times will I be on the road running from one home to another so that I could go and teach and train the families on what to cook, how to select the food, even the way they are going to feed their patients? What you should know is that every family, when they hear a relative, a child, a mother, a father, has been diagnosed with cancer, they are so perplexed that everybody is just, I think they die. Psychologically, everybody in that family dies. So, first of all, we start from the psychological healing. We do a lot of counseling. We have to appreciate this patient. But it became hectic, and from January 2005, that is when we set up the institution. From a small clinic in town, we started admitting patients. Because of lack of regulations and policies in traditional medicine, nothing was preventing me. So I've run the institution from 2005 as an inpatient, and every month, like post-corona, that is from 2020 up to yesterday, every day I'm receiving between 8 to 17 cancer patients. I have babies, I have women, I have men, old men. So always my challenge is, how do I feed them? Not because of capacity building in the side of finance, no. I do organic farming, I never buy food for my patients. I have the original seed, the original sorghum, the original cassava, the original mrenda, mto, mnafu, saget, and wimbi. It is not a must that at our palliative care center that we must give supper, as my mentor said. We give them in the mornings. We start with juices. We start with the water. We add lemon for sweetening. There are some patients who come in with throat cancer who cannot swallow, but we work well with the conventional doctors in Nakuru, and there's somebody else, I can't mention his name, who comes all the way from Kenyatta. We want to learn on alternative medicine. So we give them hot water, the heat of the patient's tongue. not very hot. Then we give them juices, fruit juices, depending on what type of cancer. We give them vegetable juices, depending on what type of cancer. We don't serve one meal, the same meal for all the cancer patients. Like now, the room for breast cancer, those ones, depending on what grade. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the ones who have grade 3 or grade 4 of breast cancer may be taking the same juice. So in the palliative center, majorly, we talk about vegetables, we talk about fruits. If any of them improve, then we go now cooking or sprouting the beans. We don't just boil dry beans for our cancer patients. We sprout them so that it is better digested, fiber, and there's enough iron. Then from there, if anybody feels hungry, then at the end of the day, we can give them something small. And doing this, we are encouraging the farmers around where the patients come from. Like now, we have some people in Chuka who have learned the art of home care through Hope Natural Health Care Center Nakuru, because the Msee whom we admitted 2009, he had stage 4 of prostate cancer, is still alive until today. So he started a small garden, vegetable garden. Now he's training the church members, and I thank God for that. When we come to traditional medicine, if I mention, because traditional medicine is part and parcel of the African community. Be it you know it or you don't know. Science can prove to us, but every family, when they come in, I always ask them, what have you been taking? They talk about ginger, they talk about turmeric, they talk about lemon, they tell me about muthiga, they tell me about aloe vera, they tell me a lot of plants. So, my concern, if I may mention, for how long we Africans are going just to kneel down and say, as if we are begging, we need and we need, while within your compound there is medicine. While within the path where you are going down, mama, to go and fetch water, there is medicine. When we talk about fertilizers, that is why now most of the Kenyan tribes are not able to use the little weeds which the rabbits eat, and that is the best medicine. Chickweed, the best medicine. Blackjack, the best medicine. But how can we prove that it is working unless we put aside, we have a botanic garden where we are not going to spray, where we are not going to use fertilizers, so that we can have the best medicine. I think for now that's all.
Thank you very much. It's a learning session, and sometimes you learn through testimonies. Yes, she's a witness, and I'm also a witness. I met her in around 203, and I thank God, because then she was a bit weaker than, and today she's stronger than she was that time. Thank you very much. Fred, you are a proprietor of herbal products. How can we integrate them? Because we may not make it to take it the way Madam Matoke is recommending, and you represent the young generation. So advise us, how can we have these additives in our food so that our food becomes our medicine? Please share with us.
Thank you so much. To start by saying where I come from a place called Rongo. It is in Migori County. In my organization, that is Organic Green Systems, is also part of BIBA. Actually, we are in the same network. We make a system whereby as you move from your gate, you have medicine. As you get at the door, there is a medicine. As you go to the kitchen, there is a medicine. As you sleep, you breathe. So there is what? A medicine. So that's the system that I came up with, and we've tried it, it is working. At the same time, we teach farmers and train them on how to use these spices and herbs in flavoring their foods. Actually, what makes the whole world sick today is the desert in the brain. And also there is another desert in the stomach. The desert I'm talking about is lack of knowledge. We don't have information. And today, those who are here, you can confirm through all these testimonies that it is something that is working. In our organization, we do ginger, we do turmeric, and we also train farmers to do that all over the country. And we still need more farmers. Actually, now we have about 136 farmers that are doing that. But we can't even supply people in Nairobi because the market is so big. Just to mention, when COVID-19 was a youth, which means when COVID-19 was up, everybody was locked in Nairobi. All my friends from Nairobi were calling me, Fred, bring ginger. One of them is Dr. Peter. Yeah, he came there, took all my ginger. Then others also wanted this ginger. In other words, it is something that has been tested, it is working. So if you ignore it today, tomorrow you are going to cry. So you better take it from today, wherever you are. Ensure that there is something you are giving life. When you give life to a plant, that plant will add you more healthy life. So what I advise, especially the young people, they don't like bitter things actually, because of how they taste and how they've grown up. But let me tell you one thing. It is sweet now, but tomorrow it is bitter in the body that brings that kind of disease that we are talking about, be it cancer, be it ulcers. There is something that is bringing that. And all these things, we are promoting what we call organic farming, or we want to do them the natural way, so that you get food that is having 100% natural nutrients. When they come from the soil, actually all foods are medicine. And only medicine when they are grown naturally. When they grow in a natural what? Soil. Are we able to get something there? Good. So you'll realize that if I grow ginger today in a soil that I use the synthetic chemicals to treat, and maybe the synthetic fertilizers to grow, and I do mine that is purely organic, if we bring testers here, they'll tell you which one is having more nutrients and which one is more medicine. You'll realize that the one that is grown naturally has more what? Nutrients, and it is more medicinal. So that's what we as Organic Green System are promoting farmers to do. You'll realize from there you are able to treat different kind of diseases. I've said treat. Are you together? You are able to prevent many from coming into your life. And you are able to live a healthy life physically, a healthy life emotionally, and even in your mind you will be thinking very fresh because you are doing something that is recommended even by our Lord God, our Lord Jesus Christ. Huh? So you'll realize that all the things that we are cooking, there must be what we call what? A spice. And today we have the processed spice. They are in the supermarket. Who knows where they come from? No one. So try to know the source of your food. When you know the source of your food, you are able to take care of your health. All spices may not be good, but just know what you are consuming and its source and how it has been grown. When you know that, I know things will be well. Otherwise, as per now, I beg to stop there.
Thank you very much. And now I welcome Dr. Mukaya, who is a convert from conventional to using indigenous, but I would want him to just speak on the link between diet or change of diet and the increase in NCDs in Kenya from a medical, from the conventional medicine perspective. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator, Dr. Paris, Karaoke. Can we stand for a minute? Just stand, I'll tell you why. I mean, I'm a doctor. I mean, how many doctors are in here? Clinicians? I suspect there's none because they're in the clinics. They're in the clinics treating people who are sick. Prof, listen to this. I went to Alliance, I went to Nairobi University, I went to Harvard, I went to Johns Hopkins. I'm a straight A student. I'm not in the clinic. Why? That's why you need to listen. Because this is the clinic. This is the clinic because this is where you prevent disease. For the ministry, the government to listen, we have been spending a lot of time mopping the floor, waiting until we have cancers, we have diabetes, we have blood pressure, we have prostate cancer, we have obesity. Then we take these people to the garage, the medical students here, to go and do what? And fix the broken engines. That doesn't make a lot of sense. We poison the food, Fred, and then after we poison the food, we poison the soil, Professor. After we poison the soil, we poison the plants, we poison the animals, then we eat the poisoned plants and the poisoned animals. What do you expect? Increase in diseases, both acute, both communicable, and non-communicable. I'll tell you why you're standing. Keep standing. I mean, Prof, we've been around for about 4 decades after medical school. We've read thoroughly, extensively. This is the place where we need to be. Medicine and healing, Dr. Karaoke, begins with healing the soil, Fred. What exactly Dr. Matoke said? You want to know how to reduce the cancers that are rising? Start with treating, remove the chemicals, the toxic chemicals from the soil. Agriculture, Prof, that's what I'm saying. If I had to do my life again, I would have done agriculture. Now, you know why? Because we in the Ministry of Health, and I worked there, I respect my friends, we worked very closely with the former CS, Mtai Kagwe, and I hope we'll work with the new one coming in. We are the advisors. If you want to reduce the cost of healthcare in this country, right now, which is by World Bank estimates, around 300 billion every year that this country spends on non-communicable diseases, lifestyle diseases, cancers, diabetes, blood pressure. And inside here, I know, if I check, about 25% of you have either blood pressure or diabetes. In fact, probably 50%. You haven't even checked. You don't know. Some are living with these conditions and they don't know. And like Prof said, and indeed Dr. Matoke has confirmed, we don't even check. The next time you know you have had blood pressure is when you're having a stroke, which is a brain heart attack, or a real heart attack, or some issue like that. So the link, Dr. Karaoke, between food, seeds, diet, and disease conditions is everything. Why? Let us fix the leaking tap. The leaking tap is let us fix the food. Once we heal the soil and eat the right food, we will reduce, listen to this, by more than 75%, take this to the bank, of all the non-communicable diseases that are making us sick and killing us and making us go to funerals every weekend. As I stand here right now, this weekend, I'm going for funerals. Cause of death, can you guess? NCDs, cancer, stroke, diabetes complications. It is becoming an epidemic. So, it is more cost effective to prevent than to do what? To treat. And why? How did we lose this, good people? How did we lose this common sense? When we say prevention is better than cure, do we really mean that? When we say food is medicine, let your food be your medicine, do we really mean that? If we do, then we will know the value of traditional indigenous seeds, especially the vegetables. Then we will know that it is not the right thing to allow crops or plants or seeds that are genetically modified. We will know by common sense that that is not how you create food security. That is not how you create food sovereignty, which is even more important, Fasil, Daktari. Because food sovereignty means we Africans, I'm about to finish, have a right to choose which foods we grow, what seeds we need, where to grow this food, how to eat it, how to cook it, and how to share it. Hallelujah. Now you can sit down.
Thank you, Dr. Mbukaya.
So I will stop here because later on, I will tell you what is in this container here. It's known as black seed. The young ones can start Googling. What diseases does black seed treat and actually cure? I'll pause here. Then we'll discuss it later on. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I am at a loss because of time, and we still have another session and another activity to carry out. So I know that we've introduced yourselves and your contacts are available. That's why I gave you time, because this was meant to appetize and create interest. So we will talk and we will give the audience an opportunity to respond to questions. But maybe in a short while, we have seen how we can prevent. But now, already, there are those of us who are sick, and there are conditions that we have, or conditions that are there. Can you speak to them? Can we reverse diabetes? Can we reverse cancer? Can we reverse HIV? Can we reverse hypertension? Because those are the conditions that we are dealing with, besides the prevention of other diseases. But can you speak to that? Those 3 or 4 diseases, HIV, not to mention the issue of Dawa and COVID and what it is doing, because now that has become, is it a drink or a beverage in every hotel that is earning income after COVID? Yes, so I don't want us to talk about Dawa, but I'm asking, what can we do to reverse diabetes using food? What can we do to reverse cancer? And what can we do to reverse hypertension? in a few words, and also HIV. Yeah, thank you. Over to you. You can just speak to it in a few words. Yes. And you know, this is practical. I don't want us to go and read books. We say this session is for me. It is for me and my family and those that I love. So we are doing self-love this afternoon. So we want to know how to remain healthy. And for those who have the conditions, how can we manage them on ourselves and those who we love? Thank you. Speak to that in a few words. It's open.
Okay, I just want to say thank you, Chair. Thank you, members who are here today. I just want to give a testimony, not myself, a friend of mine, a colleague, we work together. She had ulcers. And I think she changed her diet. She started eating more managu. And after a period of time, she was just eating managu. I think she went to what she told me, she went to an old lady in her village and said, I have ulcers. She had tried whatever she had tried. She said, why don't you try managu? Managu is vegetables.
For example, during the time of COVID, people used not to go to hospital. What were people doing? That's the truth. In fact, I had a friend in the US ask me, not in the US, in Italy. People were really dying in Italy. He asked me, I have COVID, and now a family of 5, 3 had died. They were remaining how many people? 2 in the house. It is too painful. I told this person, I know that there is a medicine in your house. Just get some onion. Just do this, use this onion as sauna in your house. Throughout the night, in the morning, they were able to start smelling. And they survived. Which hospital did they go to? What treated them? They went back. They went back. So if you want your life back, you reflect back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Mokaya.
Thank you. I'm aware that there is plenty of pressure. So I will do this. Starting with COVID, this book is online and it's free. We wrote it, just pick writing from where Fred was. I have a few copies. I will share. They are here. I think Biba, all the biggies around have copies. I think Paris, I gave you one. So that you guys can go and read for yourself. As they say, the truth will do what?
Set you free.
The truth will set you free. And Hosea 4 verse 8, is it 4 verse 8 or 8 verse 4? It's 4 verse 8 says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. It's 4:6. It's Isaiah 4:6. The lay pastor here has corrected me. And that is true. This is, you can Google it, the young folks here. So this book is available online, free. It was written under the auspices of AFSA, Alliance for African Food Sovereignty in Africa. Yeah, it is available. It's easy to read. This book saved very many people during, we wrote it during COVID because we couldn't go very far. And it's used in Uganda, the Ministry of Health in Uganda, in Zambia, Zimbabwe. It's also in French because it's a French version. So get hold of it. If you want to get a copy of it, go to our website, yeah, and many other places. Google, write down those who Technosovi, www.organicconsumersalliance.org as one word. So that's number one. Copies are available. After that, I won't say anything else, maybe 1 or 2 things. Number two, Professor shared about green leafy vegetables and their medicinal role and the link with health. Come on, guys. We launched this book together with Prof. You saw me in the picture. Did anybody saw me in the picture? I hung around the people who were like-minded. So this, I don't know whether, I think there's a cost, a little cost. But if you talk to Prof nicely, she can bend a few rules and get you a copy. Please get hold of it and you will see the link between green leafy vegetables, and health. So you see, I may not be a professor at the university, but my clinic is out here. That's another one. A third one, again from Prof, World Vegetable Center, tasty recipes, amaranth recipes, very many, again, traditional leafy vegetables. We have written, we put this together. The problem with us medics and scientists and professors, we don't know how to market. I am conventionally trained, I'm licensed practitioner, Medical Board of Kenya, so I don't want to say that we can solve all the chronic diseases using diet. We recommend complementary medicine. We don't want to say that if you're on metformin, 500 mg, you stop and take what Daktari recommended. Yeah? Those of you who have patients who have diabetes, try Karela. Karela is also known as bitter gourd. Very many other herbals actually treat diabetes, which 25% of you in here have, I know. If I check, I'll find you either pre-diabetic or diabetic. Don't challenge me because you know it's the truth. And if you don't know, I'm telling you it's the truth. That's not a very good thing to say. So, Karela, practical things, also known as bitter gourd, also known as some other word I've forgotten, the biochemical name, the botanical name. If you go to, I'm not promoting healthy this, what they call it, Beyond Greens, I think something. It's one company around that sells vegetables. They have now gone organic. They have an organic section. They always have a juice that combined, and they call it insulin ya mboga. Basically, people who are diabetic, I have warned some of them and watch. They come, they buy, they go. It puts the sugar levels down. Be careful. Be careful, because if you take too much, the sugar levels can go very down, and you have what we call hypoglycemia, and you may go into coma. So work with a practitioner like Matoke, or those of us who are into nutrition, Pauline, and others like you, and get these things done. So the last one is this little book. I showed it to you, because I stop here because I'm sharing, marketing other people. This little book has 140 medicinal vegetables put together by a journalist who's not even a medic, Fasil. This guy is about our age, and he knows the value of medicinal herbs, African herbs, which might be destroyed if we allow GMOs without certain restrictions. I'm not saying that we don't allow GMOs, but if they have to be allowed, certainly we must protect our biodiversity. This is absolutely crucial. Otherwise, forget about having another seed fair in another 2-3 years. You know what I'm talking about. This session is not for GMOs, so I will stop there. So this is also available. It's not online yet, but if those of you who are students, those of you who are interested in better health, get a hold of this, talk to me, find me somewhere on the net, somewhere. I'm available. And let's see. We also work with the National Non-Communicable Disease Alliance of Kenya, where I sit in the board. We are encouraging primary prevention of non-communicable diseases using lifestyle interventions. Stand up more, eat the right food, keep the chemicals away from your food. I think I'll finish there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
I'll finish there, but let me mention one more thing. During COVID, zinc and sunshine saved a lot of people from dying from COVID. Pumpkin seed and vitamin D. I know the men here know pumpkin seed has other roles, but I'm not focusing on that role. I can see Mzee here laughing. I am focusing on the zinc. Next time another viral disease comes, even if it's normal flu, just take your pumpkin leaves, your pumpkin seeds, Professor knows, and you will save yourself and your family from COVID or COVID-related any viral diseases. We did this for the 2 years, of course combined with Wambugia ugandensis and Prunus africanus for prostate cancer. I could go on and on, but there's no time. So, Madam Facilitator, wacha niwachie hapa. We can
Sawa.
continue dialogue.
Asante, tumpigie makofi. And now, distinguished panelists and participants in this panel discussion, it is 5:30, and we still have one more activity to undertake. So I want you to clap, to request them to stand, and you all stand, and then I request the MC to put on one song so that we exercise by dancing. And then because that's what you've recommended. I know there are many questions and feedback, and I apologize to all of you for not giving you an opportunity to learn. These participants are available to interact with you tomorrow, the day after, and online. They all have contacts. They are online. They are on Instagram. They are on Facebook. They are on YouTube. Kindly interact with them and get to know more. And apologies that I'll not give you time to discuss, because we are also seeing Madam Emma here. She's all set for the Itara ceremony, and we still need to go home. So I pray that you forgive me for committing this sin, and I request that we dance even as we welcome Madam Emma to the podium to present, and as we encourage the panelists and the moderator to go downstage so that we can have the other session before 6. Thank you very much, and thank you for understanding, Mr. MC moderator of the session. Karibuni, asante.
Asante sana, tuwapigie makofi mzuri zaidi. I think DJ, you can put on that song so that we changamka kidogo as we wait for the next presenter. Afanye. Turn it. As they sit down. You can dance a bit, eh? You've been sitting for a long time. Karibu sana, Miss Emma Warau. Let us clap for her as she's coming on the stage to come and do makofi kidogo. Okay. DJ kidogo. DJ kidogo.
I'm requesting the people who are supporting Madam Emma.
I've informed them.
They are coming. Okay, thank you. To come nearby because they will participate in the act. Thank you.
Sawa DJ, tuendelee kidogo tukikaribisha Emma. Harambe. Are you ready for Itara? Are you ready for Itara ceremony? Fuata huyu mama.
mware witũ ĩgitĩtwo na ithanjĩ mware witũ na ithanjĩ ĩna cuthĩ cia ng'ombe mware witũ na ithanjĩ nĩna cuthĩ cia ng'ombe aya
on that category, the 2 shells, you just sit there, and then I'll guide you what to do. And the mother is not there. Is the mother there? A mother and the father somehow? Yeah. Yeah, the father. And the mother. You need one, just one thing. Yeah, just make one thing. Just make one thing. Just one. So that now you sit one side. The father to the girl will sit on one side, she will sit on the other
I think you will bear with us as they prepare, so you can just have a seat or dance to the music as they prepare. Let us give them some time. So you want volunteers?
Yeah, we need some volunteers. These are the parents now to the young girl.
Okay. Another one?
That's the couple. Yeah.
Okay.
So the couple, we need ladies, just ladies.
How many ladies?
About 5.
Volunteer ladies, Kikuyu.
Just 5.
DJ, ngoja kidogo. DJ, can we communicate? DJ? DJ? Okay, we want some volunteers. We have some 5 Kikuyu ladies.
3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4 Kikuyu ladies, volunteers. Yeah, you can see these beautiful girls here. Kujeni. 1, 2, 3. In fact, these ones. Hawa, Kujeni. These girls, just come.
Thank you.
Just come. Come and sit here, yeah? Just come. Come. Because it's for just demonstration and then no harm will be done to you. Just come. Or they fear they'll be married off tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, come up.
Yeah, they'll sit on the other side.
They sit where?
Stand on the other side. Or they can just sit on the first floor and then we'll call them. They can sit on the floor because you just leave them for dancing. Yeah, just. Is this one or this?
You can use this one.
All right. And this one. All right. I'll make it brief because of time. Yeah. Can start? You can start? Fine. Good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my dear friends. Good afternoon. Muriega inyuothe? Good. I can be understood. Eh? Yeah, this is understood. Eh? Yeah, this is an Itara program. And first I'll introduce myself. My name's Mrs. Emma Warau Wabogo. Wabogo is my husband. I am blessed with 5 children who are grown up, married already, and I have several grandchildren, so I am a grandma. And I thank God for that. Looking at me, you may think I am how many years? How many? 16? Uh-huh. 68? Sorry? Fine. You are all right? In September 29th, I celebrated my 72 years. And I thank God for that. And I've been married for 49 years. I'm going to celebrate my 50 years next year, God willing. So there I am. I am a Kikuyu, and my clan is Abui. All I do is to promote the Kikuyu culture. And here I am. I'll make it brief because Itara is a whole day ceremony, and we cannot do it within 30 or 45 minutes here. So I'll just do it briefly to tell you what it is and how it goes, and just try to demonstrate a bit of it. Allow me to mix English and Kikuyu. Most of it is done in Kikuyu. That's the way it should be. But since I'm seeing my young dear daughters and grandchildren, I'll try to mix. Thank you. This is my profession after I resigned from my office. I'm a professional secretary, and here I am. I'm promoting Kikuyu culture after my leaving office. The Kikuyus used to celebrate so much. They love celebrations, and especially during the dowry time, and that is why I'm here. Itara used to be done after the dowry is done, and the ladies used to visit where their girl is going, to the bridegroom's mother, just to see where the girl is going. So that is the meaning of Itara is, there used to be a kitchen. Itara is the word, it means a place above the fireplace. In the heart, where green firewood got dried for immediate use. It demonstrated preparedness of the groom's mother to receive the bride. Purpose of Itara is that women from bride's side to appreciate the homestead where their daughter was going to move to. Two, to ascertain the mother of the groom was prepared to receive the bride in her new hut. And three, the mother of the bridegroom to deliver foodstuff which her daughter-in-law would use before she got her own. To cement the friendship between the women from both sides, Wamwani or Kanyanya, that's what we used to call it. And then the visitors, mostly women, would enter the groom's mother house for them to affirm and express satisfaction of the mother-in-law's readiness to receive the daughter. That's brief Itara, the meaning of Itara. Hope you got it. And it used to be for women alone. Men were visitors for that day, because this is the only area where women were given time to enjoy themselves. And the ladies used to enjoy because from morning to evening, they used to be there, dancing, eating, and merrymaking. So I'll just do a little bit of display of what happened during that time. Because from morning, the ladies were preparing now to go to the bride's place. And on our right, on our left, we have the couple, the lady and the young man. On our right, we have the parents of the girl. Sorry, the parents of the boy, so that the girl is just presented to the lady, mother-in-law, and then she'll be able to show her the house and what they do in their clan, because it's a new clan that she's going to. What you are seeing here, we talked of indigenous food. The Kikuyus used to have indigenous food, and that is what is here. And mostly the cereals that you take time. They didn't take the food that is going to be rotten. They used to take the cereals mostly so that it would take time for their girl to go to the shamba and get her own food. And this is what we are going to display to you. Sorry. The ladies used to carry maize and green vegetables. They used to carry guache, sweet potatoes, the potatoes here, the raw bananas. We have beans, and we have jahe, and all
Jahe is Doricos.
Yes. And all these used to be carried by the ladies who are coming to visit the home. And the mother-in-law has to put hers in the kitchen to show them that she is ready to receive the daughter-in-law. So what happens here, the ladies now will take their daughter to the mother-in-law. And then the mother-in-law will receive her and show her her house. You can see we have a pot here. We have 3 stones. And we have another nyungu here. This is for storing food that is ready. This is for cooking. We have to have firewood and dry firewood. I talked of the firewood. Now, Itara used to be put on top here, so that the smoke and the fire that is cooking the food will give now the kuni time to dry. Yeah? So that is the reason why we had Itara, and especially during the wet seasons. Now, this. If the ladies come to the mother-in-law and they found there is no cereals, there is no food ready and whatever, they'll go back with their daughter. Because they'll say their daughter will come and she will not have anything to eat in the home. So they used to go back until the mother-in-law now will take their friends back to go and get the lady to come to their homestead. So this is now how it's supposed to be done. My dear lady here is going to be escorted by our friends here to go to the mother-in-law's place. And mother-in-law has to now to welcome the girl and give her the history of their clan and tell her how marriage is supposed to be done, plus one of the ladies here. Now, these ones I'll not ask them to say anything because they are not in the program, but that's how it used to be. One of the aunties of the lady has to talk on the other side. And then after that, the lady will be shown the house, the kitchen, the bedroom, and the house where she's going now to be married to. The young man here used to be taken by old men of the clan to be given, mawaida of what happens in the marriage. Marriage is not a bed of roses. That's what the Oases used to say. And that is what it is, because I've tasted it in 49 years. It's not a bed of roses. So that's why they prepare the girl to get to know what it means to be married. Yeah? So I'll ask my daughter here to get up. I'll ask my young lady to join him down there. No, here. You can join him, you can talk a bit, and then the ladies will come up. I think we have the music. Do we? Do we have any music, Kikuyu music that?
Kikuyu music there?
Or you can sing? Let's call our daughter Wajiro. And then we are moving to mom's place, and dad is there to receive them. After mom receives the girl, dad will move out and go and join the other wazees. He cannot be in the house. Yeah. And the house that we are entering, the young girls who are not married are not supposed to enter that house. Those young girls who are not married, just married women will enter there, because the talk is not for the young girls. The talk is for the one who is getting married, and the talk is supposed to be crucial, not really up, yeah? From down to up. That's why we don't allow young girls to get in. The celebration, the Kikuyu celebration was not done by somebody, as I'm doing it now, younger than 50 years. You are given permission to now to do what I'm doing after you have acquired 50 years and above. Because there below you don't know what it means. So that is Kikuyu. So now we are going home. Wajiro, we are taking you to your mother-in-law's home, and we go with. Can we have? There's a song that goes.
Just a moment.
There's a song that goes. Tuteme farafara, cause we have now to take Wajiro to the home. Yeah. Nawajiro wito ya temero farafara.
Do you have that one?
Farafara idaka oro neime imogeni no mwe. Eto sogie go sogia o ya temero. Eno sogie na hinya o ya temero. Farafara ya temero. Farafara idaka oro neime imogeni no. Eto die ina hinya o ya tembero. Eto sogie go sogia o ya tembero. Atembero. Para idaka oro neime imogeni no mwe. Ena nyina wa joni o ya tembero. Ena kyo e wa jiro o ya tembero. Ena nyakinya musi o ya tembero. Ena gemina duyu o ya tembero. Para ya tembero, para edaka uronde ime imogeni no mwe. Ena tuine na inya o ya tembero. Ene twakinya musi o ya tembero. Ena gemina duyu o ya tembero. Para ya tembero. Para edaka uronde ime imogeni no mwe. Thank you. The song means tukate barabara ndio Wajiro afikie mama yake, sababu mgeni ni wa mwenyewe, na mwenyewe ni mama yake. That is the song that fits kutembea kwenda kwa mama Wajiro. Now, Dad, we are introducing you to our daughter. Yeah? This is Wajiro. Osio niwe Wajiro. Niwe muthako osio. Niwe reherwo ni John. So this is the time now. Mugeithanie ni tondu muthenya wa atumia gwitinguria tukuherutha. That is Baba John saying hi to Wajiro and welcoming her to his home as he exits to join the wazees. God bless you. Thank you. Mama John. Tell us something about Wajiro. You welcome her home. Yes. Okay.
Welcome my daughter-in-law Wajiro. This is our home. And as we have previously talked, we are very happy to have you as one of us. And now we want to show you around the house, to show you where the girls sleep, to show you the kitchen, the store, and all the other spaces, so that you're not a visitor in this house. And I am here with my fellow women from our clan, and our clan is Aibiegenia Barea Karega, and we want to inform you that you are very much welcome, and from today on that you are free to call this your home. And so we will take you loud, assisted by my good neighbor, Mama Emma, who is my personal friend, who will take you around my house, as you know, Modo de Jaga. Thank you.
Clap for Mama Wanjiro. She has welcomed the daughter to the house. She's ready to take her around the house. First, to show the kitchen so that she sees that she's not going to die of hunger. The ladies can just stand aside there so that the audience will see. And then after the nyungo, Mama John will take her to the bedroom. Yeah? So that she will now see there is a room for her to sleep. She will not be going at night when she comes to see the mother-in-law. So we walk. Okay. Now, Wajiro, karibu. Thank you, DJ. Now, Wajiro, this is your mom's kitchen, and this is the nyungo. I'm sure you know how to cook. You know. This is the pot. Mom has prepared for you something to eat and whatever. And then what is here is being transferred here because it's already ready. And this food that is kept here now, Wajiro will take this food out. And then after we finish going around the house and giving her the mawaidha of what marriage is, she'll take the food to the wazes, dad and the friends, plus uji. Yeah? So there used to be uji, used to be tea stuff and ready food for the wazes to know Wajiro has already come home and the mother-in-law is ready. After that, now Wajiro will be left with the mom's clan, Idarado. Amekuja kwa Idarado, we left there by their clan now. The ladies will go back home without Wajiro for the day, for the night. And then if everything has been done, the dowry and whatever, she will not go back. You have to remain with the mother-in-law. So that is what it means with Itara. So I think due to short time, we can just leave it as it is it? Yeah, because now going round is just to show you the kitchen you have seen, the bedroom, and then taking the stuff to the wazes. After that is ururation, and now the ladies who has come to see the home will give a report. That is the last report of how they have seen the mother-in-law ready to receive Wajiro at home. For John, one of the wazes will give a report of how they have given John the preparedness of being a husband. I think up to there. Mumenielewa?
Kabisa.
Sana.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shall we give a mighty clap to Mom for that splendid act?
Thank you.
For those that may not have understood the Greek, please, how can we get you?
Me?
Yes.
Me? You can get me through my phone number.
So you can, the phone number is?
0722.
0722. It's very important.
820.
0722 820
449.
449. So shall we give a mighty, this requires 5 factorial, right?
Maybe just to add on what my brother said, I do Itara, Rurashio, Gurario, and baby showering. Those are my areas. And may God bless you in a very special way. Thank you for listening.
Shall we give a 5 factorial for her? Starting now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Already John has already booked you. There is something he's planning and preparing, so he's already gotten the number. So thank you very much for being very patient. Sorry for our time. We promise tomorrow will be better timekeepers. Thank you. Over to the MC. Thank you.
Asante sana. Can we give a hearty clap to Miss Warao? Hebu tumpigie makofi tafadhali. I think we are coming to the end of today's session, which has been very interesting. We've seen some cultures. Now I want us to rise up because tomorrow we need to be here very early in the morning. Let us just rise up and then the DJ will play the national anthem. Do you have it? Or ama tutafanya maombi? Tutaomba, si ndio? Or now tutataka at least a lady atuombe. We need a lady to pray today. And the committee will have to remain. Okay, the lady, come. Njoo huku mbele watu wakuone, madam. Wale ambao sio wa kanisa mtatuia radhi, tutafanya tu maombi ya Kikristo, hamna shida, tunaomba Mungu mmoja.
Let's pray. Our Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we give you glory and honor. Thank you for this day that you have made, Jehovah. We are glad that, Jehovah, you have protected us and you have given us a wonderful day. Thank you for the teaching that we have learned today. We bless your name and worship you. Thank you, Lord. We give you glory and honor. In the mighty name of Jesus, we believe and pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, very early in the morning. By 9 a.m. we are starting, but I think our revival is at 8 a.m. So committee, oh, you want national anthem? Okay, cheza hiyo national anthem kwa sababu ulikuwa ushaanza, tafadhali. DJ, unaweza cheza hiyo? Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Asante sana. Makofi kwenyu. Munapokwenda nyumbani, tuonane kesho. Watu wa committee tubaki so that we plan for a better tomorrow.